And welcome everyone back to the Tournament King stream for today's ARAM tournament. We've got all random, all mid coming to you for the next few hours. 12 teams looking for the title today. So once again, welcome. I am LaRue. I'll be handling the play-by-play cast today, and joining alongside me is my partner for the afternoon. That would be Rylionn. So Rylionn, of course, welcome to the Tournament Kingdom stream. Of course, I think this is your first ARAM tournament, not only on the stream, on the server, but as a caster as well. So gonna kind of get a nice little intro here. Lots of action coming up here. We're already into Champ Select for our first game of the day, which will feature our 8 and 9 seeds. You've got Randos on the blue side, and you got Check PayPal over on the red side here. So you can take a brief look here at kind of the pool on the blue side. I'll go ahead and break the champions here to you now, as we are already almost on to the Summoner's, not the Summoner's Rift, sorry. How about the Howling Abyss on the blue side? That would be Randos. You've got Lux for Moose. You've got Kindred for Alan Bowman 1. A Dove Hitter picking up the Viego. Zeri Cruz on Rakan. And then Marie Kaith on Karma. Meanwhile, check Randos. They have, excuse me, how about check PayPal? You've got Draven. You've got Syndra, Rek'Sai, Nautilus, and Malzahar. So Rylionn, of course, again, welcome. You ready for what should be a very chaotic ARAM tournament here today?
I expect nothing less, especially in an ARAM, and thank you for that warm introduction. It's very fun. I love doing ARAMs. I've never done a cast before for an ARAM, just simple Summoner's Rift kind of stuff, but hey, there's always a first time for everything, and this should be pretty good, to be completely honest. I mean, the matchup is going to be pretty exciting, I'm not going to lie. Let's go ahead and take a look to the in-game here. As you guys can see here, the Lux, the Kindred, the Viego, the Karma, and the Rakan on blue side once again, and then the Draven, Syndra, Rek'Sai, Nautilus, Malzahar. First thing that stands out to me, I'm not going to lie, the wicked front line on the side of red. I mean, the Nautilus, the Rek'Sai, you have all that safety also coming in from the Malzahar as well. I mean, they're going to be able to position themselves, and I mean, it's an ARAM. What positioning can you really have? It's all random, all middle, and we're already in all of the action, by the way, so let's go ahead and pull that up. But yeah, this is, what are you favoring so far, just by looking at the champions as of right now?
Well, we'll talk about that in just a sec. We already have a snowball. We already have ourselves first blood. As we'll have to sync up the time here in just a second. We'll get to this after the fight. I think we're actually pretty darn close already. But you see Airbus on the Draven already dropping down those auto attacks. He's going to be very important here. Draven pretty strong on ARAM. So let's go ahead and sync up time here as they back off. I am at, right now, 50 seconds.
Yes, sir. Same here. 52 as well.
Alrighty.
Nut just, yeah, went ahead and missed that, and oh god, Rakan.
Yeah, so there's the two-man knockup from Zeri Cruz. Looks like we're going to have some more deaths here. That is going to be the Rek'Sai going down. I'll get that name in just a second. Furbo will pick up his first kill on the Malzahar. I think you see that name just like I do.
Yes,
GN Lumi. Or is it Lumi? That's got to be what it is. We'll go triple Lumi here. But 2 kills to 1 here for the side of Randos.
Yes, sir, indeed. 2-1. I mean, good start. They do have some nice carry champions. I love the Lux aspect. I mean, that's always going to be a problem, the poking and the damages later on. And then look at that sustain also that's going to be coming in from Karma. Already doing a great job for Viego, a Dove Hitter for the engage. That's the only thing that they're kind of lacking though on the side of blue is not really any tanks, but Rakan is definitely making up for that. And look at that once again. Moose taking down another one there.
Yeah, Moose going to provide the first kill. That brings the rest of the follow-up. A Dove man, or actually I say Alan Bowman picking up a kill. A Dove Hitter will join there with the Viego. Of course, he's going to turn to the Nautilus. Lots of CC coming through. Alan Bowman picking up a 3rd kill on this Kindred. He's setting up. But we do see there, and we were talking about this before the stream, buffs, nerfs. Lots of champions have them here on ARAM. Of course, they have their own individual balance changes. Lux, one of those champions that is really heavily nerfed. And of course, you can click on it. You can see 85% damage dealt, 110% damage taken, as she's actually going to eat a hook here. She might not survive this one. Actually uses the flash to get away. Alan Bowman, though, able to pick up a kill, a Dove Hitter in the middle of it. It will be a 1-for-1 trade. But also dealing with a shielding nerf as well. Only 80% of the shielding. Still a good champion, though. So, Lux Definitely a power pick. Karma, very good when she's going to finish off that Malignance. I assume that is the plan there for Marie Kite. You usually see the Malignance on the Karma. But yeah, things looking really good right now for Randos, especially with your 2 carries already picking up the majority of the kills. Another big fight coming up here. Airbus trying to get away, but Alan Bowman now with a 5th kill here. He's 5-1-2. He's got his ultimate up and ready to go if things get a little sticky. Jumping forward here, it is a full sweep. Already 3 members down. Rek'Sai will be the next one to go. Furbo going to try to salvage anything out of this situation, but I think he's just only going to succeed in backing him off here. It is a 4-for-0, already 12 kills to 2 here for Randos.
Man, it's like Randos went ahead and already put in all the possible combinations that you could do for ARAM, and it looks like they've practiced this with that beautiful tower dive with the Kindred ulti as well, and a nice engage again, but under-leveled.
Yeah. Another hook here, but did Coiling go in a little too deep? So far, it's going to be another kill. Actually, 2-for-1 for Check PayPal. Rakan, Lux, Karma, all still relatively healthy. They're going to have to try to clear the waves here. Nice big man, 3-man knockup for Zeri Cruz. Actually turns into a kill, but a 1-for-1 trade. Lumi. Stunned up under tower, but gets the level up. Might have saved his life right there. And actually picks up a kill, so a nice little trade back there from Check PayPal. A little bit of a sign of life.
Yeah, cannot argue with that. I mean, anything that they can get right now, being down 7 kills is a really good move. And I like how Blue is staggering their deaths and not dying all at once, so that way they're maintaining some kind of front line for that tower. And oh, Nautilus again, big
you can
body.
see the item. You can see the item differential here in the early game. You can see it is Alan Bowman already with the Collector and the tier 2 boots. Bit of an ambitious hook there. You already see the blade from a Dove hitter, the Luden's Companion. Only 2 completed items over on the side of Check PayPal. That would be the Syndra and, of course, the Blackfire Torch for Furbo. As Lumi goes in once again, tries to use the ulti, dies for it, though. Hook comes down onto Zeri Cruz. Follow-up CC is there. 2-man knock-up with the Death Charge. The Dove hitter now into the deep of things here. Going to use those resets, but the shutdown comes through. That's a lot of gold going over to Airbus. 330 extra gold, then the cash out from Draven.
I think my favorite thing that I've seen so far is just the tenacity from Koi Lin specifically. Does not care at all. Go ahead, be 5-10 kills behind. Ooh. Oh my god. Great engage once again, and then the double kill picked up by Draven. Alright, they're coming back into it. Red Side's not out of this.
Yeah, 32 kills in just 5.5 minutes. I told you this was going to be how it goes as we're going to trade once again under the tower. That's an ace picked up by Check PayPal. They're going to get first tower, and that provides an interesting point here. Lots of kills over on the side of Randos, but look at the gold differential here at the moment. 1K more gold here for this Check PayPal side. That first tower doing work right now, along with those shutdowns and the extra Draven gold as well. You see, it's going a bit of an interesting first buy there with the static shift coming through here as he gets into the thick of things. It's a shutdown picked back up by Alan Bowman. 555 extra gold. He might be the richest man on the map right now. A Dove hitter jumps back in, stuns Zeri Cruz in, but it's actually going to be a trade again. 1-for-1 as excuse me, that would be Nut Juice picking up a 6th kill. Yeah, we're going to have some fun names here today, looking over the brackets and players.
Oh, yes, we will. And
we're going to toss out some professionalism here today.
And this is, once again, the only dilemma right now with Blue Side's comp is just the fact that they don't have a front line. They have lots of damage. They, they're able to, if they can 100-0, they can be very dominant. But that Nautilus is proving to be a little bit of an issue, especially as we get later on and he gets tankier and tankier. And look at that. It is just turning once again.
This Nautilus, no fear. Nut Juice, aggressive flash forward. Couldn't find the last Q to kill, though. Yeah, I mean, red side, no fear. Check PayPal, Coilin, they're just going in on repeat. If they lose 2 or 3, that is fine. But at the same time, they have the benefit. They have the benefit of. I forgot. I lost my track there. I had to take care of some technical issues. Anyway, Malzahar is going to be used here onto a prio target. That being Alan Bowman. He had a great start. Hasn't had a lot of luck as of late. Another engage from Lumi. It's a double kill for Airbus. They're going full dive. It's a quadra, and I think Nut Juice just stole the penta.
Unfortunately, I also had technical issues, so we probably missed a large chunk of that as the game ended and the League client popped up over everything, so I had to get rid of that real fast, so that was completely my fault.
We don't always acknowledge it, but yes, that's still an unfortunate glitch in the league client. But we do see here that Check PayPal has really turned this in a hurry. Already have the inhibitor. Going to be a triple kill, though, for Alan Bowman. But yeah, I mean, you're looking at 2 towers and inhibitor to none. Not even a whole lot of damage on that tier 1 tower over on the red side. So really playing to their comp's strengths, I think.
Oh, definitely. Kills does not necessarily mean that you are winning in an ARAM. It's all about objectives, and people are going to be like, oh, well, why would you do that? It's an ARAM. Well, this is a tournament, so it's a little bit different. The goal is to literally end it as quickly as possible here.
Yeah, there's going to be no base dives here today. No spawn camping, if you will. Airbus with the kill. That's going to be kill number 11 for this Draven. You see the static shiv. He's now got the collector as well. Still only tier 1 boots, but not really mattering when you put out the kind of damage he is at the moment. That's another shutdown picked up on Alan Bowman. An extra 480 gold now in the pocket. He's sitting above 10k gold now.
Alan
lots of that in the pocket here.
Alan's doing what he needs to do for blue side, but once again, this Nautilus is my MVP right now for red. Oh my god.
Double kill here. Lumi gonna fall, but it is going to be everyone down on blue side, and it looks like Check PayPal is gonna take a very, very fast 9.5-minute win here in this first game of the stream here today. A game that didn't lack for kills, but it certainly didn't take long. It's going to be, again, Check PayPal picking up the win.
Incredible. Wow, okay, 9.5 minutes didn't start the way that I think that they wanted to start, obviously, but definitely ended the way that they wanted to. I mean, that was a phenomenal transition coming in here from Check PayPal, and I'm going to be honest, like, it did not seem like that was going to be the end result if you would have looked at the first, like, 3 minutes of this game. Completely oppressed. It was like 7 or 8 to 1, maybe 2 at most. Nautilus was already dead like 3 or 4 times, but they did not care. If you go ahead and look at the stats right now, all of that damage, they did everything that they possibly needed to do to feed this Draven. 23,450 damage, perfect positioning, absolute amazing front line between the Rek'Sai and the Nautilus. No one else really needed to do anything. Syndra and Malzahar just supporting any kind of AP damage that they can from the back. Once again, Malzahar also has his own spell shield, so he can't really get popped necessarily as quickly as everybody else. And then Nautilus just being that tank differential, I think that's really what made the difference. And boom, 9.5 minutes in, and Check PayPal already has the first victory of the day for this ARAM tournament. So congratulations to them, and I think they picked phenomenally. You know, coming in from draft versus what they had damage-wise on coming in from randos.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately you have to play with what you're given, and you know, it was a struggle for certain players on Check PayPal. You can kind of look at the damage numbers. I wouldn't say Lumi was really putting out lots of damage per se, but he was doing his job well. He was going in, he was finding the knock-up. Sometimes CC is everything, especially when you have a geared up Draven ready to do that damage for you. But 1-10, 0-8, 4-5. Some of these scores not really superb, but it was a very dominant win, and that kind of just paints a picture of what ARAM is. So that's our first game in the books. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the bracket. We do have a little bit of time here before I think we'll go ahead and move it on over to a break. We'll get the next game set up for you. It is double elimination. So Randos, they're not out of it just yet. They will move on into losers round 1. We'll probably check out a few losers bracket games here today. As for Check PayPal, they will move on into round 2, where they will face the number 1 seed in this tournament, and that would be the Triple B, the Blue Balled Boys. So we'll maybe check in with them later, but for now, let's go ahead and take a quick break. We'll set up the next game for you, but don't go anywhere. It's the ARAM tournament right here on the Tournament Kingdom stream. We'll be right back.
Trace.
And once again, welcome back here to the ARAM tournament here on the Tournament Kingdom stream. I am LaRue, again, bringing you the play-by-play today alongside my partner, Rylionn. We got another game for you here, our first matchup of round 2, the 4 seed and the 5 seed. Over on the Team 1 side, you can see that is Bwordz on point, and over on Team 2, that will be Team Wintraders. So again, a very quick round 1, all 4 games simultaneous. 8 teams now left in the winner's side of the bracket. Of course, 4 teams sent down to the loser's side. We'll check in with losers round 1 in just a little bit, but you can kind of see the hover picks. Don't know if these are the actual picks just yet. We could see some last-second swaps, but you can already see a few lock-ins here. Gonna see Ziggs for the first time here this tournament. You're also going to see Syndra for the second time, and you're going to see Udyr, an interesting pickup over on the side of Wintraders. So we'll see here. I can tell you all the hovers right now were a part of the pools, so I think they are going to be the picks here. Don't anticipate any last-second swaps. But yeah, you can start to see some more very powerful champions locked in. Kai'Sa, Varus, Lulu, Alistar, all going to make their first appearances here on the stream here today.
Excellent. Yeah, this is going to be, once again, another bloody battle between these two teams. And we have a little bit of a spectator delay, but just looking at it so far, I think you already know what I'm going to say. Frontline, baby, looking good so far on blue side. I love me some Alistar. He's an OG champ, definitely one of the tankiest tanks. I think a little underappreciated at most times, but, you know, that 60% damage reduction when that ultimate gets popped, and then you also have the Tower Destroyer, the pusher himself, the man, the myth, the legend, that's Ziggs. And Bob777, I think, is not going to be letting up on that at all. So between just the Alawi and the Alistar being the front line, and then of course the Kai'Sa and the Ziggs just staying in the back, and I don't think the Kai'Sa rework has implemented just yet in terms of her W where it just goes through. So I fully expect to see an AP Kai'Sa here, if I'm going to be completely honest. You know, you have Fiora, you have Alawi, you have enough AD. Let Ziggs, let Kai'Sa just poke from afar, and Rel, I guess Udyr could also be a front line if he decides to go tank. They do have enough damage to where that is possible. So I would definitely encourage that if they haven't already done so. But AP Udyr, Phoenix stance, it takes up the entire lane. I couldn't argue with that either if they did decide to do so. So it's going to be very interesting. I'm slightly more in favor of blue side because, once again, I'm just that front line. I love that just tankiness, and it's like, good luck getting through one of the best tanks in the game first off, and then Alawi who's just smacking you around in hentai style with all those tentacles, of course. You know, is definitely going to be a pretty big issue. But I do like the poke also as well coming in from red side. Look at the Varus, look at the Syndra, Lulu with the polymorph, so even if Alistar does come in, or Fiora, instantly you're going to be turned into the cutest thing ever, and more than likely popped, you know, immediately. But, I mean, just looking at it here, how are you feeling about this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the red side. I'm seeing this Lulu. I played quite a few ARAM games yesterday. I played Set. I played, I think, I don't remember who. Oh, Briar. Polymorph is not fun when you are a go, when you are an in-game champion, especially here on ARAM. So this Lulu is going to have quite the Herculean task here with this Fiora, with this Alistar, and with this Alawi. I'm going to disagree with you slightly on the Kai'Sa. I think I'd like to see her go the on-hit attack speed build. I've played both recently. I think the AP version is completely underwhelming. There are some changes on PvE coming that might change that, with the W maybe piercing now. Don't know if they're gonna change that or not. Expect heavy ARAM nerfs, I think, if that does go through. But I would like to see on-hit attack speed. I think that is a severely underrated build in ARAM. So we'll see what iCreate does. We see the Dark Harvest, but I'm thinking that means it's probably going to be an AP. We'll see what it goes, though. So let's take a quick break, or actually, let's just sync up live here. I already loaded in, so
yep, same. Just got.
I think we'll just go ahead and. I think we'll just do a little bit of live syncing here. I'm paused at 5 when you're ready to go.
Unfortunately, I'm at 6, so we'll do a little countdown real quick from 6 and in, and then we're gonna do it on go. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we should be all synced up, looking good, looking pretty. Just to show you guys some background and production.
Doesn't usually happen on stream, but you know what they say. It's a nice little pulling back of the curtain. So again, you can kind of take a look at who's who on the map here. Organ Stop Pizza, Logan PhD, I Create, Big Ball Zach, and Bob's over on the side of Bwordz. And over on the side of Wintraders. I'll tab out, didn't work like I wanted it to. But over on the side of Wintraders, Taylor Clone, all this for that. Turbo, Bonobo, Marshall, and Dissonance as well. And you can kind of see the chat here. Maybe you can see the chat. 3 exhausts on the side of Bwordz. So it's going to be a rough time, I think, here for this Udyr, for this Varus. They're going to have lots of damage reduction, but we are fighting here at level 3 before the minions. First blood going over to Turbo Bonobo. Another stun coming through onto Organ Stop Pizza. He is going to die, and it looks like it is going to be Wintraders getting the better of this level 3 trade.
Yes, sir. We've seen this happen last game as well. The super aggro bursty team getting ahead early. Oh.
Big 4-man knock up there for Big Ball Zach, but he doesn't necessarily have the follow-up. And that'll be the end of that.
Yes, sir, indeed. I mean, Alistar has that good engage, but once again, literally no follow-up as of yet from the rest of his team. Everyone's kind of just playing a little bit back, playing a little bit safe, and those 3 exhausts, they're taking this serious.
Yeah, Exhaust is the try-hard summoner of ARAM. Most champions, Logan PhD, you see the Exhaust, Nepioras normally take his Snowball 99% of the time. Ziggs, 99% of the time is taking Barrier. It's a great summoner spell. Well, it'll try hard. But this is a tournament, after all. Another engage coming through here for Wintraders. They're going to find another kill. It's a second kill for Turbo Bonobo. Probably not who you want to be picking up these kills, but kills are kills here. Looking for a little bit more damage onto Organ Stop Pizza. Yeah, you can see those health bars very, very low. Something to know here, you see the first few items coming through. I create with the pickaxe, so it looks like I'm going to get my wish here. It looks like it's going to be more on-hit focus. Taylor Clone under tower is going to die. Organ Stop Pizza on the board, but he dies as well to Dissonance. He supports picking up all the kills. Check that. Marshall, big ol' QE on through. Picks up his first kill there. 5 kills to 1 and an early 1K gold lead here for Wintraders.
Definitely a slower paced game than last game, just a little bit. Yes, there's still a lot of fighting. Obviously, it's an ARAM, gonna happen, but not just constantly diving in like we saw the Nautilus do last game to set up anything for his team, to get anything going. And Rel, not necessarily the worst thing in the world, you know, picking up kills, get that early tank if possible.
Sure.
You know, as like that's like one of the very limited engages or front lines that they even have. So definitely feed as many as you can early, so that way they can go ahead and set up the rest of your team, hopefully with all that damage. And I also personally like that Kai'Sa's going on hit. Uh-oh.
On hit is just more fun to watch, you know?
Agreed.
I mean, AP Kai'Sa, I get why it's appealing. Chunking with 3.5 screens away with your W is obviously at least some degree of fun. But on hit Kai'Sa, there's more skill expression.
Agreed.
And it's just fun to watch, straight up. So, glad to see maybe that's coming through. I think that pickaxe is probably going to go into a Ginsu's or maybe a Kraken Slayer. I don't remember my item builds these days, but we got more fighting to kind of distract from that. Big Ball Zach gonna have to use that ultimate, tanking lots of damage. Bjorn gonna use the ultimate here on Taylor Clone, but doesn't really have a way in just yet. Dissonance picks up the first kill of the fight. That's the barrier used by I Create, gonna save his life. And it's actually only 1 kill when it's all said and done.
I mean, lots of fighting, lots of action, but yeah, only 1 death.
Good see a tower dive here. Marshall to kill, but Turbo Bonobo going to be traded on back. Dissonance very low. Actually going to be a 2 for 2. Shutdown picked up here by Big Ball Zach. Great day to be a support or a tank. They're picking up all the kills, all the gold here early on. 8 kills to 4. Taylor Clone moving in on I Create. Finds the stun. Does he find the kill? No. Went a little bit too deep. Marshall has the exhaust dropped on him. Can he finish it off? Yes, he can. But pushed into tower range where Fiora Logan PhD will get his first kill. So 9 kills to 6 now. We're back to even gold.
Definitely a lot closer of a game than last time. I mean, it just was concentrating, and here we are once again, the Alawi popping the ulti.
And more fighting here. Double kill here for all this, for that. Make that a triple. You see, it's also on hit Varus, so not going to be going lethality, not going to be doing the major chunks with the arrows. He wants to get in there. He wants to get into the thick of things and drop down some auto attacks. Kind of the AD Kai'Sa, if you will. I mean, Varus was obviously doing it first, but the same strategy those two champions. There is the Chain of Corruption going to land first. It's going to get a lot of spread here. But how much can they really do with them under tower? They can at least find one kill onto Organ Stop Pizza. That's about all they'll do. They'll chunk Logan PhD to about 40% of his health.
And yeah, I do like the Static Shiv traditional build, you know, that Kaisa is going right now. It is going to be nice just for wave clearing, setting up, just constantly poking down. I believe next that they're probably going to go like Rage Blade or something just to get through that front line that is Udyr, that is the Rel. And Udi is going that AP Udyr that we were talking about earlier, so he is opting to go for that, and that's a lot of damage too. Look at that.
Yeah, it can actually kind of act like a poke champion sometimes. If you send that ult forward, not much you can do sometimes to get away from it. So, that AP Udyr, it's not as troll as some people may think it is. Could we see yet another tower dive? That's been kind of the theme of this game thus far. It's worked out for Wintraders here, but have they gone a little bit too far? I think they have. Dissonance goes down. That Turbo Bonobo also falls as well. That's going to be the go button. They're going to try to jump onto the back line here, but they may have gone too deep. Now, that's going to be the shutdown picked up by Taylor Clone. Most of the damage done there by all this for that. But hey, again, that ulti forward, it'll do quite a bit. Chain of Corruption used here onto Organ Stop Pizza. And just like that, all this for that is on a rampage.
Dude, Marshall with the Scatter the Weeks, just like when one person engages from blue side, Syndra's doing a phenomenal job literally oppressing the entire rest of the team from helping at all. So they're just going in one by one, and as you can clearly tell now, 8 to 17. The only dilemma is that the wave clear is just so good, at least it was just until I caster cursed it. And hold on 1 second here.
Yeah, first tower is going to fall here for the Wintraders, but we got a fight to follow up with. Nice scatter of the week there. You saw, got 4 of them. Organ Stop Pizza, yeah, just nothing he can do there. He's going to die for the 8th time here in this game. Has 8 of the 18 deaths so far here for Bwordz. Just not having a good time with it. Another big scatter of the week. Follow through comes through. It's a shutdown for Marshall, and he'll make it another kill here as well on to I Create. Bob's in a lot of trouble here. Turbo Bonobo just tanking all kinds of tower damage there, but he can. He's very, very big. Has that first item, Warmogs. Gonna get his soul pulled out here. Zig's bomb out, not gonna hit anything. And he'll die as another arrow connects here. Unstoppable now, 5-1. All this for that. Marshall now dominating.
Give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Yeah, I mean, they're doing just phenomenally, just stacking, staggering their dives as well. The aggro coming in onto Bonobo. Oh my god, look at all this. Look at this. The perfect, that was just so amazing. Rel, Bonobo is doing literally the works right now. Those early kills, capitalizing, 2-2 and 19 now. All they needed was 2 early ones. That's it.
Yeah, picked up those early kills to set up the rest of the kills later on here as we're on to this tower 2. Yeah, there's not a single bit of damage onto their own tier 1. We have played the entirety of this game on a certain side of the map as they pick up the health packet there. There's just nothing that Bwordz can really do here. They have this poke comp, they have this wave clear comp, but they can't wave clear if they're dead.
Yeah.
As soon as they have the opportunity to tower dive, they are going in. You can even look at Turbo Bonobo. He's looking for his next chance to dive on in. Ghost is going to be used here. I believe that was all this for that. We're once again going to gather here on the wall. Blacked out again, but you can hear somebody has gone legendary. I'm going to assume that is Marshall. Nope, actually, that was all this for that. Apologies there, but tier 2 is going to fall. And they're going to jump onto this inhibitor. I Create trying to get into the back line here, but the shield's coming through. That's going to keep Marshall alive.
Even though I got rid of the browser, it still showed up on stream. I hate that so much. I even hit blind and everything.
It's the most annoying glitch in spectator client history, I would say. But the inhibitor is going to die.
Yes.
Super Minion's going to come down the lane now. This game now a little bit longer than our first game here today. Slower pace, but really by how much? Taylor Clone going deep, deep, deep. He can. He picks up the kill onto Bob's. We have got 1 member up right now for red side. That'd be all this for that. He will die. It's going to be an ace, but they took a lot. That was a very long, sustained push.
Yeah, and now that they reset, they're just going to be 40 times stronger coming back into this next fight. And once again, like you said, not even a single point of damage taken off their tier 1 turret as of right now. So it's a long way to go for blue side right now to go ahead and push and maybe take victory on this game here. But Red just has every perfect answer to every engage aspect that they have from the side of blue. The the Scout of the Week from the Syndra, plus the Rel, and then the Chain of Corruption coming in from Varus to stop any advancement if they do make it through all of those other disengages as well. It's phenomenal. And then, of course, as a last resort, Lulu with the Polymorph, just in case. And there we go. Starts it again.
Yeah, here we go. There is your Chain of Corruption pulled on in. The Rel is actually going to keep him steady here. Actually found 3 with the ultimate. Another shutdown for Marshall here. Turbo Bonobo looking for that Ziggs. Big Ball Zach just trying to create separation, just trying to play distraction as Bobs tries to use the portal. Nice try, but it's not going to work. It's a triple kill for Marshall. This one's going to end in short order as they jump onto this first Nexus Tower. The Redemption just for a little bit of extra health. And it looks like we're going to see ourselves a 12-minute victory here in round 2. So, Wintraders, very impressive here in this first victory. We've got an open Nexus. Do we see the base? Do we see the dive? We only see one. Here comes Big Ball Zach. Nexus down to about 50% health. This is the ARAM we know and love. Why not farm some kills here at the very end? Make your score look a little bit better. Yeah, 16, 2, and 7 is Marshall. And that'll be that. 40 kills to 14, a win in 11:45 here for Wintraders.
Whoo! Yeah, that was quite a dominating win there. I mean, not really a whole lot that we can really even say about that. I mean, just the perfect answer to everything that they could have attempted on the blue side here. I mean, once again, on, I guess, red side technically. I thought Alistar would have been able to do a little bit more, but just the lack of follow-up, unfortunately. Fiora, I think, was just kind of like the differentiating factor here. There's literally not a single thing that Fiora could do to become relevant at all in this game. Obviously, no fault to the Fiora pick at all, and you're kind of limited to what you have. It's all random, of course, all middle. So, in this circumstance, the Alawi wasn't horrible. At all. Definitely trying to do what she could, tentacle-wise, but just the constant disengage and not allowing Fiora to get in to any of these team fights to provide any amount of support or damage is really, I think, the downfall. So it was unfortunately like a 4v5 for the majority of this game. 9 deaths. I mean, right as soon as either Alawi or Fiora tried to jump in, it was like, and you're gone. And then the rest of the team obviously couldn't really do anything in that 3v5. So...
Yeah, just ultimately a dominant performance for Wintraders. So they will move on to round 3. That, of course, is the semifinals. We will see who they play. They'll either play the winner of Blue Balled Boys or check PayPal. We do have one other winner in round 2, at least that I can see right now, Aramateurs. They defeated Brat Bxssy back, so they have moved on. Of course, they will play the winner of Gnar, You Not Amused, or Woo, I'm gonna make a name for myself. Say that 10 times fast. But anyway, we'll go ahead and take ourselves another short break. We will come back momentarily with our next matchup. What does that be? Losers round 1. Maybe we see another matchup. I'm not quite sure. We'll have it for you, whatever it is, in a moment. You're watching the ARAM tournament right here on the Tournament Kingdom stream. And once again, welcome back. The ARAM tournament here on the Tournament Kingdom stream. LaRue, Rylionn here with you once again. We're going to make a quick detour into losers round 1. Of course, we had ourselves, we've been in the winners bracket for the first couple of games on stream here today, but now we're going to go ahead and the semifinals are set. We're going to go ahead and head on into the losers bracket now with our round 1 matchup. Brat Bxssy back, the 2 seed, taking on the 12 seed Kalads Phantoms. So both these teams, they've had one game today, both on the losing side there, but they have one more chance to make their way through the bracket. Whoever loses this game will be eliminated. So a lot on the line here. You can see our first few picks. We do see the Zeri come out. I'm very excited to see that. Big Zeri fan. We see the Leona. We see lots of tank there. We might see the Braum pickup as well over on those side. You see Tahm Kench and Sejuani. So, again, nice mix there. You have 15 champions to choose from. More often than not, that'll get you a nice balance there. And it looks like both teams are going to go ahead and pick pretty optimal comps, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Yeah, cannot argue with that at all. I mean, this might be the most even one that we've seen so far coming in, just based off of the champion pools that they have. Between the two, and with the champions that they have ultimately decided to lock in, and I definitely expect this one to go over 10 to 12 minutes, probably, to be completely honest with you. The longest ones we've had so far was the last one, at least that we've streamed so far, which is about 11 and a half minutes. This one, I think, is going to surpass that one. We could possibly see like a 15-minute. I think both sides are going to play very safe. They both have like good scaling, between the hyper carries here, Zeri, Tristana, things like that. I do like their front line as well, as you already heard me say for the last 2 games. The Leona and the Tahm Kench, though, I'm definitely going to go in favor of the Kench. And not only that, but they are also adding a Sejuani to the mix, and then, of course, a Morgana with the spell shields and the bindings. I mean, it's already a very tight-knit place being ARAM. Not a whole lot of room to wiggle. Dodging skill shots when you have 5 of them being thrown at you is not going to be the best thing in the world. And then a Morgana binding on top of that and the Sejuani CC chain. Like, this is going to be absolutely, completely, like, terrible for them after level 6, to be completely honest with you. But Qiyana, on the other hand, is also great deterrent to a lot of their engage. So, once again, it's just going to be about how they play it.
Yeah, I mean, Qiyana in the regular game right now, Summoner's Rift, very strong with the new patch. I believe sitting somewhere around a 55% win rate. Now, given that's high elo, of course, we're in a very diverse range here. We've got some unranked. I've seen some plat, some diamonds here today, but Qiyana is also buffed here on ARAM. So you're playing with a very strong champion there. Very curious to see how it's played here by Agent Big Juicy. By the way, these two teams got here. Kalads Phantoms, a 11.5-minute loss to Wintraders. Of course, we saw Wintraders just a moment ago. They're in the semifinals now. The shortest game of the tournament thus far was the loss for Brat Bxssy back. Lost in 6.5 minutes to Aramateurs. So we'll see. Both these teams, obviously, those first games didn't really go the way they wanted it to go, but we'll see how this one goes here. Obviously, you got some good comps. You can't really blame the comps here, I think. I think both teams have done a good job drafting from the 15 they had. So let's go ahead and take a quick break. We'll go ahead and get everything set up. We won't pull back the curtain this time. We'll make sure that we get things set up, and we'll come back when we're ready to go. But again, you're watching the ARAM tournament, Losers Round 1, right here on the Tournament Kingdom stream. We'll be right back. to the Howling Abyss here. Losers round 1. The ARAM tournament here on the Tournament Kingdom stream. On the blue side, that is Brat Bxssy back. I think it's Brat Bxssy back XCX. If there's any Charlie XCX fans out there, I'm sorry. I'm not up to date with the latest pop trends and names and all that. I think that's how you pronounce that. Either way, Triple B, Brat Bxssy back, taking on red side here. I'll get that name in just a moment. I apologize there. But you see the comps again. You can take a look here. Actually, the slowest start we've had thus far, but Agent Big Juicy is going to jump in. That's the dash back out by Information. Yeah. Haven't had to wait this long for a kill, but now it looks like we've got the fighting that we've come to expect here at level 3. Creamy Pie in some trouble here. Actually does get away with the use of that flash, but nobody's dying just yet. So there you go. We've made it a minute without first blood.
Wow, I'm actually a little bit shocked. And, you know, just looking at the items, because we actually have the time to do so now. Tristana opting in for that BF sword right off rip. So pretty strong, trying to get some cheeky first blood action. Still minute and a half. This is like a record so far. I told you this is going to be the longest game that we probably had. The most even matchup that we've at least seen so far comp-wise, in my opinion. And yeah, both teams just kind of dipping their toes into the water for this ARAM. Qiyana, like we mentioned, super strong, especially later on in game. But I'm still looking at the front line on red side, whose name is escaping me at the moment.
Yeah, it is Kalads Phantoms. Apologies there. First time we've seen him here today, but we're going to get together once more here. Creamy Pie in some trouble. That's going to be first blood, picked up by Second Samurai this time. He lands a snowball, takes down Dark Mark Rises as well. They are running him down here. Dark Binding connects on to Sesame Oil Salad. And that's going to be a double kill here for Yankee. 4 for nothing. They want the ace, but he's going to run right into the Qiyana, who picks up the 330 gold shutdown. So a little bit of a mistake there at the end for Yankee, but you can't deny a couple kills early on. Very good for that action. Back to fighting once again here. Creamy Pie going to pick up the shutdown on to Second Samurai that time. Give him a little bit of extra gold onto this tank. That'll help with the engage. And we'll back off there. 6 kills.
The primary target, I think, currently on for blue side has to be the Akshan, especially later on in game. You cannot allow him to go ahead and get those revive resets after you have like those death timers in that 10 to 20 seconds, so that way you can go ahead and push. I know we're in losers bracket right now, but still, every win, why play the game if you're not going to try to win? You know what I mean? So I think Akshan definitely needs to be the primary target, 100%, but that's going to be way easier said than done, especially with this Kench and Morgana and Sejuani essentially protecting him at all times. So let's see how they go ahead and try to focus and go about doing this. Qiyana, I assume, is just going to try hopping onto the back line once again after level 6. Braum, you know, and Leona have a way of being able to set up. The only dilemma is that they kind of lack the follow-up damage from the Victor and the Zeri. You know, they have great burst, they have the great poke, but they don't have like constant damage, at least not enough to get through the Kench Sejuani, in my opinion. But let's see what happens if they can just sit there, battle of attrition, poke from afar, just like Victor keeps on doing, walking up, hitting those Qs, walking away. It's going to take some damage over time, certainly, and with them constantly backing and at least getting killed early on, they're going to have a little bit of an item advantage. So that's sort of the dilemma with getting a lot of early kills. You don't get any items.
Yeah, I mean, the goal early on, sometimes you die, and sometimes you've been out there for 4 or 5 minutes. You think, well, I'm going to go back and get myself a BF sword. Then you check your gold, and you have about 300, 400. Doesn't feel very good coming back with just a pair of boots. But that'll ramp up. The items, they will eventually come. And we'll see who really kind of itemizes. Someone to watch here as well, the Victor. Sesame Oil Salad. Victor picks up upgrades very quick in ARAM. Considering you get 25 stacks on a takedown, it takes 100 obviously to get an upgrade. He's already halfway there. He picks up 2 more assists, 2 more kills. That's your upgraded laser. That is such a big deal in terms of wave clear and just raw damage output. Victor is a champion I'm watching for in this game. And of course, Victor, I believe, not too heavily nerfed, if at all. So yeah, 95% damage dealt, 105% taken, very small nerf. So, is a champ to watch here if Sesame Oil Salad plays his cards right. So we're going to get a little bit of tower damage here. Dark Binding misses. Cream Pie jumping back on in here. That's going to be the lightning crash used by Dark Mark Rises. Great opportunity here. Dashes in, is able to avoid a little bit of the early CC. That's the jump in. Yankee with the kill. There's the ultimate used by Agent Big Juicy. but is ultimately going to have to pull back here. There's the hop forward from Nork. Darkmark rises another kill here. We're going to go to the very bitter end here. Agent Bxssy's been very big in this fight. The shutdown, but the flash auto attack. It's a one-on-one here, but Darkmark rises. I think he knows he can't really handle the Tom here at the moment, so he'll pull on out. Bloody battle there. Lots of bodies fallen, but it is still a 3-kill advantage for Kalads Phantoms.
Yes, indeed. And the Victor, another major thing as well, is Victor's the only AP source of damage on the blue side right now. So with the other two being Zeri and Kiana, they're probably going to be stacking more armor than magic resist, which is only going to help this Victor's case in terms of damage later on. So not only is he going to be able to get those upgrades, he's also not going to have any resistances really against him.
Nice engage there onto the Tom Kench here. Creamy Pie going in deep. Dark Binding on to the Braum. Information is low. Can they jump onto him? Yes, they can. Agent Bxssy with the Q goes ahead and takes him down. Sesame Oilseed stepping up here. You see, there's the upgraded laser I was talking about. He got his assists. No kills just yet. But look for him to start doing lots of damage here.
100% KP. 7 assists out of the 7 kills on his team. I mean, you can't really ask for anything better.
Bxssy just a little bit shy of the kill onto Yankee. So what I also want to highlight here, look at the CS numbers here for Darkmark Rises.
Oh my god, yeah.
Sesame Oilseed picks up the kill. 44 CS for this Zeri. You don't see this a lot in just, normal, casual ARAMs. But funneling the gold onto this Zeri farm-wise, that's a big deal. That's going to be a lot of gold. You can even look at the individual gold. Richest member of the team, despite having one less kill than Agent Bxssy. So that's going to be a very strong Zeri if she plays her cards right, if she continues to farm very well. Yeah, I mean, 50 CS in 7 minutes, I'm pretty sure I can't even do that in the regular game. So consider doing that in ARAM is pretty darn good. But we have ourselves another engage, big engage here. I think this might actually benefit Kalads Phantoms here. Tristana hopping away, though, was taken low, so I think that will actually put a damper on it here. Darkmark Rises is low. But we'll step on out. You see Yankee prowling around here. Maybe looking for a cheeky little execute here. Maybe if he can get onto the Zeri, or just a little bit of damage, as you saw on the Braum.
They are definitely mindful of the auction, which is good. They're trying to focus the auction. They're trying to do what they can. But once again, Second Samurai. Oh, another binding. Great binding.
Binding onto Kiana here, but still healthy enough to jump on in. There's an ultimate. That's a big one there. Going to find 2. But can they get actually any kills out of it? So far, they've been able to find 2, but not the ones pushed into the wall. I guess that'll have to work for him here. Beauty is evil. Last one left alive is going to be taken down. Not an ace. You saw the revive coming through there at the end for Yankee. But that is still a triple here for Sesame Oil Salad. And I believe that's enough for yet another upgrade if he didn't already have his second. That's usually going to go ahead and be, I believe, that Q. And I believe he actually has enough for all the upgrades. So check that. He's at his strongest now. He can start really dropping the DPS. Creamy Pie, though, is going to be taking out Agent Bxssy with the electrocute, the kill on to Yankee. So that is the 1-for-1 trade on back. It is a 3-on-3 at the moment with Beauty's Evil marching up the lane to join him. Second Samurai going to jump on in with that black shield. Didn't last long enough, though, to avoid the stun. There's the silence drop. There's the Chaos Storm. Second Samurai gonna have to use that gray health. Lightning Crash coming on through. Oh. How much can Darkmark Rises do? The flash forward. This is a big turnaround here. It's a triple kill for Darkmark Rises.
Yeah, 63 farm. They said, you know what? I'm tired of farming minions. Let me go ahead and farm a little bit of champions. 6, 2, and 6. And like you said, that gold difference there. I mean, look at it. 7,300 to the 7,500. And that's the 6 and 5 now auction. So they are looking really, really good right now on blue side. I mean, funneling to the Zeri, who is going to be your hyper carry, just like we were mentioning in the drafting phase, is definitely the move right now. Rather than, spreading that wealth and sharing it, nope, congregate it one person and protect that one person. And, even though they're doing a phenomenal job of trying to focus down that auction, they have to be mindful, though, of that reset here. Hold on one second.
Yeah, here we go. Creamy Pie in deep. Looking maybe for just a couple stacks on that Heart Steel, but does die, not before he drops a stun onto Nork. Meanwhile, that is the shutdown picked up by Second Samurai. Gonna jump back in onto this Kiana, the follow-up stun, and that's another kill. Here we go, Kalads Phantoms, they are out for blood here. Can they get on top of Sesame Oil Salad? Yes, they can. I am anxious. Last one left alive. One more auto attack will do it for Nork. And that'll be the I believe the 5-4-1 ace there. Only lost the one there. Only lost Yankee that time through. That's going to be Creamy Pie immediately caught out here. Is he going to die for this? Is he going to be sent right back to base? One auto attack away. Actually, no, does burn down there. I believe that was the Leandries picking up the kill for Beauty is Evil. That's another 25 seconds back to base. But here comes Sesame Oil Salad. Will at least get the one back onto Unork. Ultimate use, doesn't actually find Second Samurai, but caught Beauty is Evil against the wall there. I'm anxious dropping the shield. There's the revive coming through. Yankee actually able to find the long-range Q onto Agent Bxssy. And that will pick Second Samurai back up. And again, the revives, you can see it there. Second Samurai, he dies, but he only spent about 5 seconds actually dead before he was brought back in. That is the power of Action on ARAM. Momentum is everything here. More fighting. Yankee still on the information. And, well, a little bit of overkill there, but Creamy Pie will pick up the kill on the Beauty is Evil.
Another revive onto the Sejuani. I mean, instant pop, instant revival. These are the resets that they definitely need, especially later on. The only dilemma is right now is that Zeri and everybody else, or the Zeri and the Kiana are, like, obviously the two major prime targets, right, for blue side. Like, that's what red needs to be focusing on. The only problem is, how do you get through the Leona and the Braum and the Victor in order to do so? Tom, right as soon as he goes onto the backline, is getting instantly popped. Same thing with Sejuani. If it wasn't for the Akshan revivals, I think this game would be over already. But, you know, if they continue to stagger in like that, if the first two die and they're able to go ahead and get an instant pop, a revival from the Akshan, they might be able to overcome, and it's essentially like a 7v5 in these extended team fights. But if they aren't able to get the, or if they're able to get the Akshan first, I think blue might be able just to go ahead and clean this up in this next team fight more than likely.
Yeah, I mean, as far as towers are concerned, you see blue team has had the better push. Something you expect, well, maybe not something you expect there with the Akshan, with the Tristana. There's quite a bit of push coming out from your AD carries. But blue side has done a better job of it with that Zeri. That's a big ultimate there from Kiana, but they are under tower. That provides just a little bit of safety. Not that it's going to matter much, as they're just going to clean them up. The snowball is there. I am anxious. Gives it a little bit of time before moving in. That is a very quick ace. They don't have minions, so they are going to lose here. Creamy Pie. They're going to tank as much as they can here. Just get a little bit of extra damage before the minions finally march on through. But that's a big ol' win for Brat Pussy back.
No damage done by Akshan onto the Leona there. Also would have been a 4-team revival, maybe even a 5-team revival there for Akshan. But still, they played that so phenomenally. Kiana is definitely the most patient player currently on their team. I mean, knowing when to go in, knowing, like, if I even misstep one time, I'm going to get CC chained, and that's just instant death. So I think playing around the ulti of Kiana is exactly the initiation that they need. Normally you would see, like, Leona or Braum be the initiator, but Kiana just being the difference maker, going in, being like, even if I die, you guys could still follow up with your CC, and just Victor and Zeri, go ahead, keep on doing everything you can from the back. Make sure you're not getting hit by Akshan, which everyone's doing a phenomenal job of positioning themselves. And hold on a second, Second Samurai.
Yeah, just a little bit of trading between tanks here. Nope, never mind. Creamy Pie is just going to go on in, full out, full stop, but doesn't really accomplish much. Nope. Before he's taken out. This turns into a 5v4. You saw the pings. They want this Victor. Darkmark Rising, though, taking a lot of that Akshan ultimate. Yankee finds the kill onto Agent Bxssy, I believe, before he could really do much of anything. Got the ultimate off, but not much more. As the rest of the fight continues on here, we're going to have another blackout. Shut down. Picked up by Second Samurai. Shut down also picked up there by Information. So hold your phones here. We got an ace back the other way for Kalads Phantoms. They're finally going to be able to get back on this tier 1 with the pushing power, the tower pushing power of Unork. This should pretty much go down. It does. Creamy Pie actually might just be sent back to base here on repeat. The CC's coming through. He is quite tanky. The Heart Steel and the Sunfire as well. Agent Bxssy back in action here. Unork caught down by this Leona 1-for-1. He's evil. Next one to be caught out here by Creamy Pie. He survived a lot longer than I thought he would here. Going to give himself time for the rest of the team to get on in. Shut down for Darkmark Rises. Makes it a double. How much more can he get? Another nice Zenith Blade onto Yankee this time. Solar Flare going to come up a little bit short. Sejuani able to dash away, but there's a slow applied. Don't think they're going to catch the Sejuani, though. But she's going to have to find a way to do something here, because she's got 5 seconds until you Nork's able to join her.
Yeah, this is definitely a great turnaround. They are going to be able to push it. No inhib up as well. They got the demolish procs going off as well.
Yeah,
oh
going to push down this first Nexus Tower. There you go. The empowered auto from Sesame Oil Salad to do so. And they make a final stand here. Stun on information.
They are pretty low, though. That's
yeah,
kind of
look
rough.
at the health bars. Creamy Pie is low. I Am Anxious is relatively low, of course. Deceptively low. You've got a lot of tankiness there, and they're going to get a little bit of that health back.
Very true, very
but
true.
Things,
no Warmogs,
the momentum.
Though.
No Warmogs, so what you see is what you get right now with those two. Trying to find the knock-up on the Sesame Oil Salad. They got it, but there's no follow-up there.
Oof,
We've reached the stage of the game. Now we've reached the stage here, 16.5 minutes. Both teams definitely a lot more cautious now. One lost fight for red team. Obviously, that's the game. A lost fight here for Brat Bxssy back. They would lose quite a bit of momentum. If not, maybe that tier 2 tower. It would be a long push here. Second Samurai jumps in, doesn't actually find the knockup. Going to eat a lot of CC. Is he going to be able to get walk on out? Pops the gray health. Big solar flare there, found 4. Only found the stun onto 1, but is the slow going to be enough? It's going to be enough to kill Beauty is Evil here. The push back into the tower. Nicely done there by Agent Big Juicy. Do they clean this up? Information, he's so low. The Chaos Storm finishes off. Double kill, Ghost pop by Sesame Oil Salad. He's getting aggressive. He just jumps on in. That's the ace. And that will be the game here. 17 minutes, our longest game of the day. But it is going to be a win here for Brat Bxssy back. They'll go ahead and move on into losers round 2. Kalads Phantoms, their tournament will end here.
Whew, okay. I mean, I think we're like literally on point with the predictions. We even said this is going to be a longer game, 100%, around 15 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. And look at that, 17 minutes in, 70 kills. And just like that, blue side did end up being the victors. I mean, that was a phenomenal game. That is how League of Legends is supposed to be played. I thought that was amazing. Their comp was amazing. They played to their strengths perfectly, I think, on both sides. In many instances, it's just, unfortunately, you know, with death timers and things along those lines, as it progresses, obviously, one team is going to have to win here. But still, that was like, even though this was losers bracket, that was the best game that we've seen today so far. Anything.
As far as uncertainty is concerned, absolutely. Of the 3, that was probably the closest game thus far. But yeah, I mean, only got the tier 1 tower. So you can really see the importance of really building some momentum. Kind of getting those towers early, kind of forcing the game to be played on one side of the map. You saw Kalads Phantoms was picking up wins here and there, but they weren't able to really get anything off of those because they're pushed back into their tower. So it's just kind of one of those things where, you know, ARAM, it's a simple game. It really is. You just march down the lane and kill who is in front of you. But there is a bit of strategy, and I think we really kind of saw it in that game. So I think we've got a message from the top here. Wants to spectate. I'm not able to spectate, so you might be able to check if you can spectate what TK is currently spectating. But if we can't, I think we'll just go ahead.
Let's go ahead
and go on to a break.
Let me see if we're able to. No, in-game client. I figured that wouldn't. That would happen. Yeah, spectate is not allowing me from the outside, especially for a custom game. But that is okay. We'll go ahead. We'll just take a small little break, but do not go anywhere though. We will be right back.
And once again, welcome back. It's time for Losers Round 2 here on the ARAM Tournament, the Tournament Kingdom stream. Again, LaRue with you, Rylionn here as well. Getting again into Losers Round 2, we have got Bwordz on point, taking on Bwordz. Again, the winner of this one moving on to face Gnar Not Amused. Actually, the semifinals, they are done. We know the teams we know the teams in the, I guess when you have a double elimination, it's not really the finals at this point. It's more like the semifinals, I guess. But we have the two teams left standing in the winner's bracket, Wintraders and Aramateurs. So the winner of this one we know now will face Gnar Not Amused. But you see the pickups here? You see, it is going to be Bwordz on point. Picking up the Darius, the Blitzcrank, the Sivir, and the Akali as well. So there you go. There's your assassin for the round. Meanwhile, Bwordz picking up the Volibear. Well, actually, none of them actually locked in yet. All those champs were up there, though, so I wouldn't be surprised if that is the selections. You got the Volibear, the Nizaya, the Caitlyn, the Lulu, and the Veigar. So definitely lots of power picks over there.
Yeah, the scaling is going to be a little bit ridiculous, I think, on red side here this game. And once again, being a little bit safe as well is never a bad thing. That Lulu pick, being locked in here, it's going to go ahead and protect any kind of hard engage that they might have, aka the Fiddlesticks or the Akali. The only dilemma is that Blitzcrank is definitely going to be the difference maker. He's, going to be channeling his inner Scorpion, get over here, and they don't have anything. They have no spell shields, they have no Morgana. They do have the Sivir on the side of Blitzcrank, so even if Blitzcrank wanted to pull his own teammate, he couldn't, and Sivir would just block it anyways. So it's going to be interesting. The pull, I think, is really going to be the difference maker. The only initiation that they really have outside of the Fiddlesticks ulti. I mean, yeah, we have an Akali E, but that's going to be instant death, especially into like a Veigar, Caitlyn.
Well, he's just going to get polymorphed. Yeah, he's just going to get polymorphed and die.
Yeah, 100%. Instant death if Akali decides to do that. So she's going to have to play very safe, kind of like how Qiyana was just a couple games ago. But Qiyana has the ultimate to lock down everybody and then follow up with the damage, while Akali just has the Shroud and, of course, only just one target there. So it's... Ugh. We say this every time. It is going to be interesting. I mean, it is an ARAM game. This can go either way. There was a little bit of like an interesting statistic brought up beforehand. And what side is that team on with that interesting statistic? 95%. Is that blue or red? Do you know?
I don't remember what the stat even was.
Oh, just
we probably talked about it. We probably talked about it, but I already forgot.
That's all right, but either one, we're going to have a 100% win rate here today from whoever the winners are out of every single match. But, I mean, just looking at the comps themselves...
It's been red side.
Yeah.
That's
it has been red side. Okay.
Red side has won every game on stream today.
I'm really liking their comp, and I think they're going to continue that trend based off of just that statistic here. They have a very well-rounded comp, I think, coming into this matchup here tonight. And they're going for the gold, are they not? This is in the lineups for the finals, if I'm not mistaken, or is this losers bracket?
This is losers round 2.
Oh, yeah,
so
losers, right.
The winner of this one takes on Gnar Not Amused, and then the winner of that one will move on to losers round 4. The winner of that will take on whoever wins in the top of the bracket. Of course, we know that's either Wintraders or Aramateurs. And then, of course, one of these two teams, if they make it that far, will then have to win 2 matches over the winner's bracket winner, if that makes sense. It's a 2 out of 3 scenario there where the winning team only has to play 1 game. So, long road ahead for both of these teams if they still want to win this tournament today, but they have done well enough to get to this point, so we'll see how this one goes as we move on in to the game. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Bitches can't suck like me. These bitches can't suck like me. These bitches can't suck like me. Walking, I'm the sucking queen. These bitches can't suck like me. These bitches can't suck like me. These bitches can't suck like me. Walking, I'm the sucking queen. These bitches can't suck like me. These bitches can't suck like me.
And once again, we are back and we are fighting. Losers round 2 here of this ARAM tournament here on the Tournament Kingdom stream. Oregon Stop Pizza taking lots of damage here, down to about 50% health. But he will be able to walk, and so we will continue to wait first blood here again. I am LaRue. Joining alongside me is Rylionn, as the laughs of Lulu ring out across Howling Abyss. We'll get it going here as a Blitzcrank hook. Going to come up just a little bit short. And the minions will eventually crash on here. So, pull comes in here from Oregon Stop Pizza. Thank gosh, something actually to break up the laughter here. But first blood is going to go on over to Bennett. Llama with the snowball flies on in to take down Logan PhD. And so far, this is going very much in the favor of Blue Baller Boys. Another kill here for Bennett. He'll land one last W on to Zach, the Dark Harvest proc. A little bit extra AP as well. And yeah, just like that, it's a good start here for Blue Baller Boys. Although the hook comes in on Tredo, will force a flash. Vagar Cage, lots of follow-up damage on Potato. Now with his first kill, here comes iCreate. Can he at least find something back here? Lots of damage, picks up the kill onto Llama. Will have to trade it for his own life, though. Oregon Stop Pizza misses the Q, lands a snowball into Zaya, but she's under tower. She's in relative safety. He'll have to settle for all-out Potato instead. Still looking for the move here. Lots of health got back there from that Q. That one definitely didn't miss. Bombs trapped in the Vagar Cage. Yeah, this one's just going here. We'll let you talk here in just a moment, Rylionn, I promise.
You are good, man.
Bennett's on a rampage. Now, any thoughts?
I mean, right now, 6-3. I mean, lots of early kills once again. When they reset, they're just going to be pretty strong. I like the pace in which they move. They know their strengths, they know their weaknesses, and they know exactly how to engage this team here. Now, the Darius kind of is a little bit of a surprising factor. I'm not going to lie. He did a lot more damage than I thought. And then, of course, Akali going onto the back line there to get that kill to try to even it out. Here we are. Nice pull on the Llama.
Ooh, big pull on the Llama there, but Big Ball Zach, Oregon Stop Pizza, they're going to be moving on to the front lines. It is a double kill. Llama will fall as iCreate picks up a third kill there. 3-3-1, so might be dying, but it's also killing over there. iCreate on that Akali. Another nice hook, but it is going to be Blitzcrank picking up the kill. So already 15 kills here in 3 minutes. This one's shaping up to be a high kill game. Another Shuriken and the Flash there. iCreate, fan of the LCK, I see there.
Yes, indeed.
Playoffs, I think, were yesterday, or they were today. I'm not actually quite sure at this point. But Llama going in, jumps in, actually eats a lot of damage, has to turn around and focus on Oregon Stop Pizza. He'll do a little bit of disengage, but you saw there the Primordial Burst makes it a double for Bennett.
Like you said, Vigar's just one of those champions, like, if he's available to pick from in an ARAM, 90% of the time you're going to be seeing him, and this is exactly what they want. They want those... Oh, hold on. Nice fiddle ulti.
Big ol' ult there. They get one. Do they get two out of it? Yes, they do. All up Potato alive for now. There's a snowball. That forces out the ult from Wiener Boopin. Pulled back in, though. The stacks, they are accumulating. Going for the dunk. A little bit short, but it's no matter. Got iCreate, got Logan PhD to finish it off. So despite a weak early game, or, you know, a weak early couple of minutes, I'd suppose.
Right.
It's only 4 minutes in. They've equalized the kills here. Just 4 minutes in. Tower dive. iCreate landing the full combo there, but it turns into a 1-for-1. Oregon Stop Pizza caught between towers here, make it a 2-fer. And iCreate caught out in his shroud there by the feathers. And it's 300 extra gold for Wiener Boopin. Fredo.
Man, taking a look
Aggressive
at this.
Lulu.
Yeah, blue side's doing surprisingly well into this red side team, who has been pretty dominant for the most part of this ARAM tournament. You know, 13-15, they're actually keeping them on the rope, keeping them at tower. Ooh, this Blitzcrank, though, on point with these pulls today. PhD pulling out the protractor, getting all the right angles.
Yeah, and you're really glad that Logan PhD right now is landing these hooks, because Blitzcrank is very much an early game ARAM champion.
Mm-hmm.
A hook at level 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, much more deadly than a hook later on when champions have more of their survivability tools, like the Lulu ultimate now, or dare I say, maybe the ultimate out from Zaya. She can just simply jump on out. You want to land these hooks early on, because that is when you're most useful as a champion. So it's doing well so far.
Yes, sir, indeed. And, I mean, later on in game, it depends... Oh, wow, another hook landing on the llama there, but, oh, wow, there it
All the
is.
shielding coming through, but that just sets up a huge Fiddlesticks ult there, the Crow Storm. It's a 4-for-1. Can they make it an ace? Yes, they can. It's a triple. He'll die for it, but I'm pretty sure iCreate will be very, very happy with the result. 8, 6, and 5 to this Akali, and it looks like this will be pushing a little bit slower than I thought, but this will be first tower here for the side. Well, here for blue side.
I mean, Blitzcrank, once again, is, I think, the surprising factor here, like that it factor, especially for this early game success that they have. Oh, my God.
It's a quick response, though, here from Blue Baller Boys as they run him down, pick up a couple kills. Llama, again, will fall on the front lines. You see Big Ball Zach. You see iCreate hanging out in that shroud there. They're all relatively healthy here. Big Ball Zach actually, I was going to say the face check. Maybe not the smartest thing there. He'll get a little bit of health back, but I don't think he's going to be able to survive the rest of the burst. There it is. All out Potato on the board with his 4th kill.
Woof. That double
Wiener Boopin now. iCreate the shuriken onto the Lulu. Maybe has to pull on back. Orgastop Pizza pulls Wiener Boopin back into tower. He'll take a couple shots, but the ultimate, it'll change the focus. It'll draw aggro elsewhere. And that's an ace now, back the other way for Blue Baller Boys.
That was just an item difference, really, between the two teams, allowing them, or not allowing, but having them reset. Oh my God, and they are not done just yet.
I'm going to go for the dive. It's an execute for All Out Potato. Wiener Boopin now taking a tower. I think he'll actually...
Oh, an execute.
Yeah, I was going to say, he will also get executed. But that does leave the rest of the red team kind of out to dry here. And I think we're going to get an ace back the other way. So, we're 7 minutes in, and that's our 3rd ace of the game.
This is the perfect thing that we were talking about before stream started here, at least this part of the stream started, when you were talking about the death timers and when is it appropriate to die. This is one of the appropriate times to die, I think, for red side. If you're going to get an ace, that was going to be it. They're all the way on the other side of the map. Death timers are still relatively low. Okay, I'm not sure about that one there, Darius, but red side, I think, just did a really good job. 2 executes as well, so you're not even giving up any gold or anything. That's exactly the kind of resets that you need to be doing on ARAM if you want to be successful in a tournament style. I think that was like perfect game plan right there. On paper, perfectly executed.
Yeah, I mean, it's a much different story later on in the game. And you and I were talking about when is it appropriate to execute. It's much different later on when an execute can be a 50-second death timer. That's a long time to be dead, even if you are denying like 300 gold or whatnot. So it's good now, but it's something you can't really make a habit out of. Hook coming down onto Llama, that forces out the wild growth from Trado. iCreate still gonna drop some damage here, actually take the bulk of that trade. Oh, and again, very strong, this Veigar. While Potato hooked on in, Nace Veigar cage finds 2. Organstop Pizza gonna jump back on in though, but actually couldn't find anything, couldn't catch up to this Caitlyn. Crow Storm actually into tower, which means he's not going to have the survivability he necessarily wants there. Ace in the hole does not do enough damage to kill, but it does quite a bit. Well, it does take. I was going to words are hard. I was going to say it took iCreate out of the fight. He'll try to get something, but we'll get a 4th ace here at 9 minutes in.
It was just a very unfortunate Fiddlesticks engagement on that one. Didn't really hit anybody. Didn't connect. It almost got Llama down, but the Lulu shields were just a little bit too grandiose for him. And there's that Nexus, or that inhibitor tower is going to fall here.
Yeah, on to the inhibitor now. Looks like they're going to try to sell out for it, maybe. We'll see if we get yet another ace here. 3 already down. Trito, I don't think he has the damage. That was actually Wiener Boopin surviving a lot longer than I thought he was, but eventually he is going to be shut down. And how about a 5th ace for you here? We have now got 60 kills in 9.5 minutes.
Sheesh.
We're racking them up.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely racking them up, laying them down. They are, they have good wave clear, you know, Sivir and Darius. I mean, Sivir's one of the best wave clears in the game, regardless, no matter what. I think, personally, Fiddle needs to be kind of back a little bit. You don't want to be this up close. Their tower's not even close to dead. You can't engage your ulti in, and uh-oh, here we go. That's what I was right about to say, that Veigar cage.
Every time Llama comes back, Llama looks to get into the front line, or should I say the back line. It really kind of depends. That's a big primordial burst there from Bennett, taking down a Darius from 50%. So you see just how strong that Veigar is at this point in the game. iCreate has to flash away from the cage. There's another shuriken onto Llama here. I think he got stunned up in that Veigar cage, that latest one anyway.
Mm-hmm. That Veigar cage is definitely the difference maker in their engage, but that's the reason why they have the Blitzcrank. They come to you. You don't have to go to them.
Yeah, but you have to be careful, especially as we're starting to move on into the mid game, the later portion of the game. You got to be careful who you hook. Oh, Potato, a great idea for a target there. Snowball is going to take him down, though. Llama will move on in once again, tries to walk it out, but doesn't have the survivability, doesn't have the tank stats to do so. That's a kill here for Bobs. Ultimate was popped there by Sivir. Lots of movement speed. Can they run them down? Big Ball Zach jumps on in. Not out of sight, so no fears available there. I think he's already used the Crow Storm. Yeah, it is on cooldown. ADC fight. They're both going to take each other down. But it's going to be 480 extra gold for Wienerboopin, so overall good trade for him. Oregon Stop Pizza just walking into tower there. No matter, the Primordial Burst will kill. Ace in the hole. Yeah, nothing Big Ball Zach can do there but die. And again, we're now up to 70 kills. 71, in fact, with the hook coming through from Logan PhD. So, as I was saying, though, this Blitz has to be careful with his hooks. I've seen him going for Llama quite a bit.
Like that?
Case in point, right there. That's not who you really want to hook, especially if he can then proceed to jump in onto your squishier targets. You're looking for that Caitlyn. You're looking for that Lulu. You're looking for that Dia or that Veigar. 4 out of 5 ain't bad. But again, he'll just grab Llama once again right there. See? Can't really find a lot of burst, though, after the fact.
No, unfortunately not, but he is the biggest target. And so it's just like, all right, we got to try to burst him. And he is going tank, but the AP is just a lot, though, between the Akali and that Fiddle.
Yeah, the interesting thing is I'm looking at this Volibear build now. Rod of Ages into Heartsteel is definitely something I don't think I've seen a lot of. I don't think that really those items don't really work well together, I would think. It's kind of a curious thing. Like, I get the point. The extra healing from the Rod. Of course, Heartsteel, lots of extra health. There's a big polymorph there. You can kind of see that in action. But I don't really think it's kind of the worst of both worlds. You don't have enough damage stats to do damage, and you don't really have the tank stats to be your frontline tank. But either way, Crow Storm coming through, Zhonya's to prolong it. It's a double here. He'll be taken down, though, by Llama. Comes down on the Wienerboopin. That'll keep him in place for a little bit here, but Llama's still very much on the front lines. Bob's trying to stay out of range of the feathers. Doesn't have the spell shield for the ace in the hole. And it's an ace once again here for Blue Baller Boys.
Yes, indeed. I mean, you have a spell shield, but there's only a limited amount of times you can use that. Akali, though, going to go, right onto the backline. That's a quick little assassination for the assassin herself. And, I mean, this game kind of going back and forth a little bit for the most part. I mean, last game I thought we had a pretty good, well-rounded team. This I thought was a little bit more skewed towards red side, but Blue is doing a phenomenal job keeping into the game, not giving up too much. They did lose the inhib a little bit early here, but they've been able to at least maintain this. So good on them for doing so. They're answering with a couple of aces of their own, and they're only a 5-kill difference between the two. The priority targets that Blitzcrank, like you mentioned, needs to be focusing on is definitely the ADCs, not the Volibear. But you can only hit what is in front of you, So I might as well pull somebody rather than nobody, give them the battle of attrition, we'll go into it. Boom! There goes Blitzcrank onto the back line.
Jumps onto Bennett, but there is the wild growth. This Veigar, how much damage can he do? You saw there, the Primordial Burst does a lot, but he's pulled back in. The focus on the Veigar is really working out right now here for blue side as we continue to fight between the towers. I think it's actually a 4-4-1. Logan PhD on the wrong side of things, but actually has a little bit of damage there. It's not going to matter, though. Wienerboopin, he's 13-7. He's got his 3 items now. 50% crit here at the moment. Also has the Kraken Slayer. Good item on Xayah.
The double ADC is rough to go into if you only have one of your own. Like the constant damage. I mean, Darius is doing a lot, but if somehow they could have swapped out either the Darius or the Akali, in my opinion, they would be absolutely on top of the world, or at least matching them. But they're doing pretty good so far, though, without it. Look at that.
Yeah, approaching 100 kills here for this game. Haven't actually hit 100 so far in this tournament, so this one could be a long way from coming to a conclusion here. See Oregon Stop Pizza stacking it up onto Llama. He's popped the ghost. He's trying to run him down. How much can he actually do, though? Can he actually get there or not? Flash forward from Logan PhD. That'll help him there as they do get onto Bennett again. Bob's picking up the kill. They don't have the minions to continue pushing this tower. They might just have to use their bodies instead as Bob's and I Create look to execute this Lulu. Probably have their own grievances with how many times they've been polymorphed this game. But they'll have to just take the inhibitor. Trito retreats to the safety of his 2 ADCs.
Oh, man.
No?
But yeah, tell that to Darius.
Well, actually, tell that to Trito. Trito with the polymorph. Did it bleed? Actually taking Trito quite low. I Create forward. Nice shield there. Timed that one perfectly. Thought that was going to be just a simple kill here. Blackout. We'll get to it in just a moment. There we go. I Create. Did eventually get the kill on the Trito. Crowstorm with the flash forward. All out Potato. He's in a bad spot. He's going to be taken down. It's a double here for Akali. Primordial Burst to take down Big Ball Zach here, but in comes I Create again. Execute. Couldn't get Wiener bopping, though. Doesn't leave, though, without a triple. Wiener Boopin just trying to clear out some waves here. Has to be mindful of the blitz. Hook isn't. Does die there. It's 2-on-1 right now. Only a few minions left for blue side to use. And the PhD will die to tower shots. Still going over to Llama, though. Just 1-on-1 here for a few seconds. Snowball, nice spell shield there. Oregon Stop Pizza with the pull. And the kill here for Bob's.
I'm surprised there's not 2 collectors, to be honest. Like, Zaya not going in for a collector herself, but like you said, the Kraken Slayer and, okay, the Grievous Wounds. I mean, they both have Mortal Reminder. I don't know how effective that is for both of them to have it, but hey, you can never hurt with, you know, anti-healing, especially in this game with the lack of it.
Yeah, I mean, and also an interesting case here. Mortal Reminder, LDR, everybody knows the 2 kind of armor penetration items. Face checking. With the removal of Giant Slayer from LDR,
Yes.
the only difference between those 2 items now is 10 extra AD onto LDR.
I hate
So
that.
make your own conclusions. Yeah, I hate it too. Yeah, I mean, if you want my opinion, it sucks.
Yeah, it does.
But Mortal Reminder is actually, I think now, in 99% of situations, the better item to build. That 10 AD is not really something that's going to be missed.
Right.
So, gonna build the Mortal Reminders. You also see the Morellos on to Trito, so plenty of heal cut.
Were they
Pretty
trying
much
to mitigate the Darius here, or the Fiddlesticks, I guess?
The Darius, the Fiddlesticks. Yeah, I mean, obviously you're not getting lots of healing yet from the Sivir. Of course, you could build Lifesteal later if this game continues to move. This Akali is not really healing for anything. I think has the Riftmaker, so has a little bit of Omnivamp. That's not a lot. So it's a lot of heal cut for 2 champs, but I guess some kind of heal cut's better than no heal cut. Both. Hook coming down onto Llama here. That's going to force the Llama, the Wild Growth. That's a big, big bear in the front line. They jump into the last Nexus Tower alive here. Oh, Potato picks up the kill. Oregon Stop Pizza looking for the resets. Didn't get it. It's a double here for All Out Potato. They'll follow that up with the shutdown onto Big Ball Zap. The minions, they are marching in. All that's left, I Create and Bob's.
The Zonya's, it's so good, especially with the Fiddlesticks ulti. I mean, that's like the typical combo, the go-to. Oh, no. But with a Caitlyn on the enemy team, that's essentially like a death sentence. You know, the flash forward coming in from Sivir.
Yeah, Bob's definitely feeling himself right now. Was enough to get one, but not enough to get the other. I think that was, nope, that was not a flash out from Trito. That was actually just the Scarecrow. So,
Love
Fiddlesticks won the
Scarecrow and Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, it feels bad. But, yeah, I mean, Fiddlesticks, the only champion allowed to have Bwordz on ARAM. Crazy stuff. I mean, obviously, an integral part of his kit, so we get it. But
True.
always fun, always it feels bad for somebody to fall for a Fiddle. Another hook coming down on the Llama. He's taking his fair share of hooks in this game. 114 kills here In our first game past 20 minutes, here comes the Crow Storm, got the snowball. Not very high value there. Can Red Team use this to their advantage? Can they win this fight? Here comes iCreate, pops the Zanyas. Can he find anything after he comes out of the gold? No, he cannot. He is taken out. Lava Potato on a rampage. Here comes Llama, jumps on into this Darius. Can he catch back up? He does. Primordial Burst will find another. Look at those death timers, 20 seconds. Could we see the big old turnaround here from Blue Baller Boys? Fox, last one left alive. You can see that Veigar actually kind of destroys towers here at the moment. They don't have minions to move onto these Nexus towers. Shut down picked up by Bobs here. That is the loss of Wiener Boopin. Just have 3 members left alive. They're going to jump onto this first Nexus tower. That one will fall. Onto the second now. That one will fall. It's an open Nexus. Can Blue Team save this game? Veigar is attacking the Nexus down to 50% health. They jump forward. I don't think they're going to catch up. And just like that, it's the turnaround for Blue Baller Boys here in 21 minutes. They survive and advance.
That is what a 1200 AP Veigar auto attack looks like to structures, by the way, people. That was a very, very good ending, I think, to this game here. It was very much on the ropes. I definitely thought, blue side were going to come out victorious. Definitely. There was a couple moments in there I was like, okay, if Blitzcrank is able to get a little bit of these high priority pulls like he has been doing, this is going to definitely be, the game for them. But unfortunately, that Lulu difference is like the only thing. And then, of course, that unfortunate last ulti there by the Fiddlesticks, not able to pop the Zonias. The snowball was smooth. The snowball into the transition of the ulti, that was a great look. I thought it was, a really good thought. It's just, unfortunately, they were a little bit too quick on the draw between the Xayah and the Caitlyn. Way too much burst. And then before the Zonias could even be popped, he was popped himself. So it was a good last-ditch, effort there. But that red side, though, they have the ARAM. They've been pretty well off for the majority of this tournament for a good reason, and that's the reason right there.
So we'll go ahead and take ourselves another break. Another matchup going to be lined up for you. So make sure you don't go anywhere. Coming up next, another match right here on the ARAM tournament here at the Tournament Kingdom stream. And once again, welcome back here to the Tournament Kingdom stream. Losers round 3 now ready for you here as we've got Gnar You Not Amused, their first trip on stream here today. They'll be taking on Bwordz, who we just saw take a rather exciting 21-minute win over Bwordz on point. So another one here, and of course you can take a look at the champions being picked up here. Zombies gonna be picking up the Lux here. Chris Fish on the Callista. You've got the Garen and the Lissandra being hovered right now. Garen, definitely an interesting pickup there. We can definitely take some time talking about Garen. And, of course, Fadeaway Hook. Going to be locking in the Seraphine, our first Seraphine on stream today. We can talk about her as well. She definitely has her strengths on ARAM. But you do see over on the other side, you see the Nico, you see the Aurelion Sol, the Yone, the Mundo, and the Caitlyn there as well. So assuming these are the pickups, as I'm looking here at the champions they can pick, I think they're all on the list. So I feel pretty comfortable saying this is what we've got here for you. What are some initial thoughts when you see these comps?
I mean, automatically off rip, Seraphine is, as of right now, one of my permabans in normal Summoner Rift mode. The bot lane, either APC or support mid, doesn't matter where she goes, she is an issue, especially on an ARAM map. That Encore, it fits the entire lane. It is definitely the difference maker. The only saving grace, in my opinion, beforehand is going to possibly be this Mundo, to go ahead and deal with that as he can't get CC'd. But on top of that, they do have the Lissandra and the Lux with the Seraphine, so there's a lot of things that can go ahead and proc that in order to get everybody inside that wombo. And then, of course, Garen, as you were mentioning, is just one of those unique, definitely hard skill champs. Not a lot of people can play him. If you're brand new, you don't even want to touch this champion. The automatic execute, point and click R, you might get a finger cramp after a little while if you're selecting E and going attack speed. But I do personally like the side of blue a little bit, only because of that Seraphine. But how are you feeling in regards to this matchup? Because I do also like the scaling on red side, but I'll let you talk about them a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I notice on red side is, of course, first and foremost, the fact that it's kind of a non-traditional comp. Like, you've got your tank, you've got your frontliner, although Mundo's not really a traditional tank, considering there's no CC there to be had. He's more of a bruiser that kind of just operates like a tank. But you do have CC in the form of Aurelion Sol and Nico, not really who you think of, but at the same time, Nico's route is deceptively long, especially if she sends it through minions first. And then, of course, Aurelion Sol, the ultimate, it's very effective on a small map like the Howling Abyss. Yone comes with his own set of CC, and of course, Kate Traps are Kate Traps if you can set it up with something prior. Otherwise, not really the most consistent form over there. So, red side is very interesting. Now, blue side is a lot more traditional. You got your hard CC, you got the Lux, you got the Lissandra, and Seraphine. I think Seraphine's Encore is one of the best ultimates in ARAM if you take the time to line it up. It's easy 5-man ults, especially, those fights where everybody just kind of dives into one location. Like, it's a 5-man ult every single time. You can use your own allies to set it up. You can use, especially this Garen, this Lissandra, they're going to be up front. You can use it to line up some big ones there. So Seraphine is the champion, I think, to watch in this game. But Garen's also an interesting one. Garen is, I don't know how he's built in Summoner's Rift. Admittedly, I do not keep up with the latest Garen Summoner's Rift builds. But here, you're going to see him build, I assume, Stridebreaker into Phantom Dancer into Infinity Edge.
Oh, yeah.
Very weird build. It looks weird, but it does work. And of course, that is because his E scales with attack speed. So we'll see if that is the move. Of course, also 50-50, we could just see traditional, Black Cleaver and all that kind of stuff. But there is a certain way to build Garen most of the time. So we'll go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. ARAM tournament, losers round 3, here on the ARAM, or the Tournament Kingdom stream. And again, on to Howling Abyss. Losers round 3. One of these two teams will move into the final round of the losers bracket. Of course, you have Gnar, Not Amused over on the blue side, Blue Baller Boys over on the red. So these two teams, of course, they've earned themselves a couple of wins now. The only thing these two teams have in common, an early loss, but have obviously proven themselves to get this far. Yone going to jump immediately on in here, eats a whole lot of CC, actually dies all the way back at his original location. That is going to be first blood, although Blue Baller Boys will get the kill on back. Trito able to take down this Lux. So we see here Wiener Boopin. That's the kind of, when you play Yone, yes, you can snap back to your original location, but I find too many Yones fall into a false sense of security with that ability. They think they can just go back at any time. Well, sometimes you're just going to eat a lot of CC, and in the early levels, that can be fatal. We saw it right there.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely not, especially at level 3. And with all the hardcore CC that they have, that's like Yone's counter, essentially. If he can't move, if he can't get in, just like that again. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the CC coming through. Like, you have to pick and choose your moments there. But those are a couple kills that blue team will be all then more happy to pick up. Although they find themselves pushing their tower early on.
Yeah, pre-6 Yone, not going to have a fun time into this comp. And even after level 6, once he gets onto the back line, he's just going to get blown up immediately again. So they're going to have to do some kind of timing between the Aurelion Soul and the Yone. Oh, nice snowball there from Garen.
Now we see the Garen starting with the Guardian's Horn and the Ruby Crystal. Should be Stride Breaker first. And again, there's multiple ways to build pretty much every champion in the game. And I'm not going to fault him if he doesn't do it. But man, I really want to see get up and go Garen. Especially against a comp like this, it doesn't necessarily have a lot of defense against it. If you can dodge the initial CC and you can get into the back line, it's going to do work. Trito flashing forward, actually just going to give up his life to at least secure the kill onto Jay.
Yeah, I mean, trying to match the Mundo tank with the Garen definitely is, you said you won't, I will go in on it. I want to see that crit. I want to see the spinning action. Give me the Beyblade Garen. I love seeing it on the Rift. I hate versing it, of course, but that is definitely the go-to, the most effective one. And with the amount of squishies, like you were just saying, you know, Asol, Caitlyn, Yone, it's not horrible to just go full crit in this case. You have a lot of damage, you have a lot of other players that can go ahead and follow up with you as well, but getting that silence off and then immediately into a spin is huge, and he's just not going to have that now because of the grasp. Oh my god.
Yeah, that silence is so long, and it guarantees just so much damage to come through. Jay picking up the kill here on to Bennett. The fadeaway hook on that Seraphine. That's an early pop of the ult. That's not going to be a very high value one there. It's a kill on over. Lux ultimate coming on through here. Actually going to be a couple kills for Blue Baller Boys. Trying to move on to the Garen here. Snowball comes through. Lum actually jumps on forward. Hits him with the briefcase. Backs on out. Pops the ulti. Gets all that health back.
There's a lot of fighting, but there's not like a whole lot of action. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I don't know how to...
That's exactly what I was thinking. You know, there's 10 kills and 4 minutes in, but like, not a lot is happening. These kills are kind of coming one at a time here.
Yeah, they're just falling like dominoes right now, both playing very safe. It's a relatively slower pace game than the other, what do we just have, 100 kill game in like 15, 16
100 kills,
minutes?
21 minutes, you know, like, we've had games that would be over here in about 2 minutes. Of course, we haven't seen that team just yet. We certainly will. But we had a team here who's played 13 minutes of action here today in 2 games. Yeah. So, it's just, this one definitely feels like one that's going to take a while to ramp up, especially with some champions here who like to scale for a long time. Of course, we know in Aurelion Sol, one of the champions who's kind of joined the infinite scaling club. We'll see that champion. If Bennett can if Bennett can keep himself safe and really do a good job of farming those minions with the execute on his Q, he'll be dropping bombs later on the ultimate, the Stardust.
Absolutely.
In the Skies Descend and all of that. So this one definitely lends itself to a longer game. Caitlyn always takes a little bit to get going. She wants 3 items.
Yeah, She definitely needs that. I mean, we saw that last game as well on the Caitlyn. They had what? Caitlyn Zaya last game, I believe. Same team as well. So
yeah, and it was actually the same player.
Oh, it what?
All
oh, yeah,
Potato playing Caitlyn once again here. So obviously champion he feels comfortable on, as we do see some ultimates drop. You saw the skies ascend there. There is the encore. Only really found Llama. That's a big turnaround ult there from Nico, but is it actually going to result in a win here? Bennett actually just kind of flies to his own demise. And it's going to be a win here for Gnar, not Amused when it's all said and done. It's a 3 for 3. No, excuse me. How about a 4 for 2?
Oof. Yeah, it's I mean, like we said, they have the scaling, but the time to come online might not be fast enough in order to match what is happening right now on blue side. Their pace is starting to pick up a little bit, and even though... Oh, hold on.
Yeah, here we go here. A little bit of CC. Lots of shielding being dropped down here by Fadeaway Hook.
I was going to say, and even though the Garen isn't my favorite at the moment, him opting in to go tank is actually alleviating a little bit of pressure off of his team. Saying, don't worry guys, I have my built-in passive, I can go ahead and take a lot of the damage here, and he's 2-0-2 right now. So he's doing what he needs to be doing to be successful for his team, allowing his passive to kick back on, and then just go ahead and re-entering these fights. While Llama, he is tanking as well, don't get me wrong, like that's what Mundos do, but like you said, he's more of a juggernaut bruiser, not a tank.
Bruiser.
Yeah,
yes.
bruiser.
Mundo is not a tank. Cassante is a tank, not a bruiser.
Yeah.
I feel like those two get confused quite a bit. I don't really know what thread I was on there, but that, Cassante's a lot of things. But anyway, I digress.
A pain.
A pain. An annoyance. We haven't seen Cassante so far. Not really a high-played champion, but people who do, you have access to the best tank, bruiser, mage, assassin in the game. Anyway, again, I digress. 7.5 minutes in. I got a little salty there.
Getting those World War II flashbacks from Cassante's 1v5.
Yeah, the old 1v5, all the stats, all the damage in the world, yet somehow is also a tank. His ultimate literally just makes him not a tank. But he's not even in this game. We've got 20 kills here. That's going to be a set of numbers stepping onto the K-Trap. Jay jumping on in there. Yeah, lots of damage coming through. There's the skies descend. Yeah, you saw the effectiveness of that ulti, especially when it covers the whole lane, but it's a little too late for that. It's actually going to be a sweep here for Gnar, not Amused. They find 5 for the low, low price of just 2.
Garen is 4-0-3 right now. Which is extremely shocking because, once again, he's going tank Garen with Grasp of the Undying, and he started with the Guardian's Horn. So, I don't know if he's just getting lucky with these last hits or what's going on, but when he actually does die and he's able to get some actual tank items, they're already ahead right now. I could see their lead just furthering at this point.
Yeah. And I mean, Fadeaway Hook is 0-0-16. Literally perfect game. I don't think is actually building support. I think she wanted a couple of those kills, but, is contributing to the cause. They're both sitting on about 4,000 gold each right now. So again, watch what happens if those two do eventually fall. Looking not very pretty right now for a set of numbers. He's actually pulled back in here. He tries to walk it out, but it is going to be all-out Potato securing the kill. So let's see what he comes back to lane with. He's got 4,000 to spend. That's going to be about an item and a half, maybe an item and some boots. This is a good moment here for Red Side to at least take something here. Fadeaway Hook will fall too. They jump onto tier 2 tower here. Here comes Jay back on in. Snowball onto Trado. Tries to jump back in, but dies. Wiener Boopin will fall to a stray tower shot. But yeah, you do see set of numbers. He's coming back with the heart steal. So we ain't getting crit Garen today, boys.
No,
we're getting
crit.
full-on, full-out tank. Still sitting on 2,000 gold. Still can come back with even more. Might be holding on for something here. He's still in base. But you see the Seraphine's coming back with double burn items. Coming back with the Leandries and the Black Fire Torch.
Oh yeah, that Mundo is already having a difficult enough time trying to navigate around all of the CC that they have, because once again, his passive is just getting procced immediately, either by the Lux Q, or by the Seraphine double E, or the Lysandra W. Like, there's so many different things right now that can just proc it, and then immediately follow up with another set of CC, and he's the only frontline that they have right now. Yone tries to dive onto the back line, but as we've seen from time and time again, right as soon as he goes into his like gum form, he just gets a Lux Q to the face and then popped immediately. So Acel's not able to scale because his front line's not able to give him any breathing room at all to do so. And as long as they keep this pressure on, I really don't see them faltering at this point. Like they're doing a tremendous job countering, you know, the Acel, countering the Mundo. I definitely thought it was going to go heavily more in favor of red side, but blue is definitely taking up the mantle right now as the victors.
The 1 tower apiece here for both sides, but right now you see we're pushing on into this red side tier 2. Of course, blue baller boys. We've seen blue baller boys kind of push back from a disadvantageous situation before. Literally last game, found themselves in a similar situation. Trito going in, finds 3 with the Pop Blossom there. Not the Pop Blossom, rather, but how about... Actually, yeah, that was the Pop Blossom. What is the Q called these days? I know it's called what it's always been, but either way, I digress. Nice strike Q there from Fadeaway Hook. Picks up a double here. Follows it up with the stun onto Wiener Boopin, but finds himself the only one left standing here. This Yone's on the prowl, going to get a little bit of extra health. As Fadeaway Hook not able to take that packet as he goes. So, yeah, I mean, this big baller, this blue baller boys, lots of B's today. They don't have a lot of quit in them, is the point I was trying to make. Last game, they found themselves, I believe, up to their Nexus towers before finding a couple key fights and bringing it all the way back. Now, given it was a pretty close game all the way throughout, but it's a similar situation now, where they're not straight up dominating, but you can see threads where they have ways out, where they can kind of turn it around and bring it on back.
Absolutely. And I mean, that little wombo that they had between the Nico and the Aurelion Soul, that's something that they just have to be mindful of. Yeah, they have the Encore to go ahead and try to stop the counter engage, but that's a lot of damage, and I think it's a little bit too quick to actually react to. The Pop Blossom with the Sky's Descent, that's a lot of AP damage, and they're all extremely squishy, except for the Garen on blue side here. So if they do get hit by another one of those wombos, death timers are starting to creep up as we're entering the 13-minute mark, so we're looking at about, like, what, 15, 20-second death timers right now. Tier 1 tower's already down, Tier 2 already mangled up a little bit, so they have to be mindful and they have to be cautious on these engages and these trades that they're now on the losing side of. You know, Seraphine, she is, like you said, more damage than support. And hold on a second, Mundo getting caught out again.
Yeah, Jay looking for the big engage. Bennett does have Sky's Descent, someone to watch out for. He's going to drop it right in the middle of the lane. It'll spread out, it'll do some damage. Encore does find a couple here, but Fadeaway Hook can only watch as really the rest of his team just kind of gets deleted here. Doesn't really have enough to support set of numbers. Trying to find the root. Snowball, though, from Wiener Boopin. Are they going to be able to get onto this Seraphine here? Set of numbers actually using the execute to good effect. Bennett going to sell out for the kill onto set of numbers. He gives a shutdown on over to Fadeaway Hook. But you see there, Seraphine, there's nothing she can really do here except for throw out a couple of long range abilities. This will be tier 2 down. Unless... well, I wasn't watching those death timers as closely as I should have. They jump back in. Llama might as well just sell out for the tower now. Actually spent some time hesitating. They won't get the tower after all. Yeah. And it'll be an ace.
That was
here for Are You Not Amused.
That was a little bit iffy. I definitely thought they were just going to go ahead and focus it. I mean, I know on the back line, Nico's like, okay, my time has come. Lissandra's up. Everything's fine. I'm going to die, reset. But Caitlyn, that was a little bit surprising. I thought they were just going to go ahead and focus it, pop it, and then go ahead and then do the reset and then push the inhib afterwards. But that's allowing them to now go ahead, get an opportunity to push on their own tier 2. A nice little Lux ult there, Final Spark, get some damage while the rest of the team is up. 15 seconds left on Seraphine. Ulti should be up in about 20-30 seconds here. Should Seraphine keep on going the damage route or maybe like transition a little bit, maybe pick up a Moonstone to try to help out a little bit, do you think? In terms of like healing and shielding.
I mean, you know, I don't know.
Just a lot
don't know.
It's just they're all so squishy. Like they need a little bit of help. Look at that. Lux is just 40% health.
Yeah, I mean, it all starts with just the fact that they don't have a lot of, like you said it. They have lots of healing and shielding, but they have very little survivability. Like, they don't have anybody, and, you know, I know we kind of glazed Crit Garen quite a bit here, and credit to Set of Numbers for realizing that, yeah, they probably do need some big body up there to just kind of soak up damage and eat damage. But there's just nothing they can, there's just nothing they can do if they step within 625 and just get one tapped by a Caitlyn auto. Like, it's just kind of a sad fact of life. They kind of have to play off of red team mistakes here at the moment. Encore finds 2. Jay picks up the kill on the Wiener Boopin. Kind of talking about they kind of have to take advantage if they go too deep. On to the front here. Trissfish uses the ultimate. The follow-up knockup coming through there. Set of Numbers jumping on in. There is the Pop Blossom from Trito with the follow-up stun. You see Set of Numbers kind of just trapped within that vortex. Still alive, but not for long. Womble will finish him off. Can Trissfish use that kiting ability? Does at least get a double here. Jumps onto Trito. Jumps out of the Blooming Burst. The flash forward just for emphasis. And they do eventually find the ace. They have to lose 3 in the process, but they do have a fighting potential. They just kind of have to play back into it, and that is therein the problem. They don't really have a way to force the issue. They have to be forced upon.
Yes, sir, indeed. And I actually take that back. I said they don't have a lot of engage on the side of blue, and I completely forgot about the Kalista ulti. Throwing Garen in there, by the way, that's definitely the move. And once again, if he was crit, maybe he would be doing a little bit more on the... Oh, Kalista hopping around.
The old... Well, still alive. I don't think Trissfish managed to get... was really expecting to get that far. Clear reset there as he goes back with 1,800 gold. But now blue team's going to look for a fight here. Jay just goes on in and will fall. So that's 2 members down. That timers you see 20, 25 seconds. Set of Numbers. The flash, the auto attack, the execute. The true damage. Crit Garen, tank Garen, something that will always remain. But Trito does jump onto the Lux in the meanwhile to pick himself up a double. Set of Numbers will die, and that's the ace. And that kind of brings me to a point here. Was the execute for Trissfish a good idea?
We mentioned this, game before last about
it
those
was a
death
couple games
timers,
ago.
and yeah, this is a good example of like, hey, yeah, you may have 1,800 gold, but is that 20-second death timer worth it? And right now, it's leaning towards a big old no, as they're working on that second
look
tower.
at this. He doesn't have the support he needs. He's only a Kalista trying to fight against the whole squad. Does get fade away hook now, so the damage will eventually stem here. The bleeding will eventually stop. But you lost a tier 2 tower, you lost an inhibitor, and you lose one of your Nexus towers all while you were kind of dead. It's just... sometimes dying for buy is just not the move.
No.
Oh.
Maybe they thought, oh, I hate it when it does that. Hold on 2 seconds.
It's
I'm trying to keep up with it so it stops doing that. Get out of here. But it keeps on ruining.
At least it happened in between fights this time here, but...
True.
18.5 in. We're even in kills. We're not even in gold. It is 2k gold advantage red side here. But again, I remind you, at stake here, a trip to the losers bracket final. Both of these teams still just a couple wins away from getting an opportunity. Of course, we know the teams in the winner's side. I haven't checked the bracket to see if that game's completed, but you still have Wintraders, you still have Aramateurs. One of those 2 teams will be awaiting in those finals. So,
Can we just say what a good set of team names that we've had today? I mean, some are like, what the heck is going on here? And some are just clever. Oh, nice encore, only gonna hit one person.
oh, yeah, only found one with the flash away. Good flash, though, from All Out Potato to dodge it. Lux Arrow to find Llama there. Pop Blossom finds 3. Fade away hook, fairly weak here. Ace in the hole, used onto Trissfish, but a Set of Numbers, gonna get in front of it, and gonna block it with the body there. Trito eats a little bit of damage there from the E in the bush, the old Lucent Singularity.
Speaking of Singularity, like, blue side has a lot of, like, single target damage outside of, like, the Lux ult and the Seraphine. But if they're able to trap one person, any person on the side of red, that person is going to die. While on the counter, red side has the ability to go ahead and hit many champions, almost all of them, and look at that, half health, 40% health. Uh-oh, here we go, nice snowball.
Trito, that was a bad snowball to eat. Here comes set of numbers. Trito is going to die. Set of numbers, no ultimate. Just raw tank here at the moment. They're going to move under tower here. They take down Bennett as well. Those are 2 big deaths. Those are 2 long death timers. That's a lot of your damage dropped here.
Yes, indeed. And
at the moment.
That tier 2 is going to be falling, though, like a Jenga tower. And, oh, nice engage from Jay.
Jay jumping on in here. This could be a fateful fight. This could really be the end of things here. Only Llama left alive in the full force of this Gnar Not Amused team. Moving on in. Llama, he can only take so much damage before he dies. He is gone. Now it's Trito who has to find a 5v1. He's going to eat the Encore, queues up the Pop Blossom, only going to hit the Garen. It's an open Nexus, and this one's going to come to a conclusion. Gnar Not Amused is moving on, and that'll be the end of Blue Baller Bwordz.
Man, that was a lot of back and forth. That was, once again, one of the closest games that we've had in terms of, I guess, just comp-wise. Because neither team really had, like, the fullest advantage, right? Blue side, they had, oh, you guys can't even see anything. Blue side, they had, you know, they had the pick. They were able to go ahead and get one person if they stepped up. And they did a great job of not overstepping as much as they could have. And Garen, with the damage reduction, I think, even though it was a safer play, and I would have rather seen the damage, of course, going the tank really was the difference maker for their team. They needed that front line. They needed someone to absorb that damage, that initial shock value coming in from red. I mean, we saw the Caitlyn, we saw the Aurelion Sol, the Nico. You know, if they were able to get the wombos off, great. But if those snowballs weren't hitting, they were not getting anywhere to the backside of blue side here. You know, with the Lux, the Seraphine, and the Callista all being able to either kite for themselves, do whatever, have the CC. They just did a tremendous job on just playing front to back, getting through just one person at a time, and then, like we see here, being the victors in the end. So, congratulations to both teams, but Gnar comes out a little bit on top.
So, of course, meanwhile, elsewhere, Aramateurs, they become the first team to qualify for the finals. They defeat Wintraders, which means we've got 2 more games for you. We've got a guaranteed couple games for you. We're going to spend some time in losers round 4, and then we got losers round 5 for you before we eventually get to those finals. So coming up next, we got Check PayPal taking on Gnar Not Amused. Have that matchup for you when we come right back, but don't go anywhere. It's the ARAM tournament of the Tournament Kingdom. And once again, welcome back here. It's now time for Losers Round 4 here at the ARAM tournament here on the Tournament Kingdom stream. We have 4 teams left standing. 3 of those teams are in the losers bracket. One of those teams is waiting on in Losers Round 5. And of course, the other is in the grand finals. But we do see 2 teams here. We see Check PayPal once again. Second time we'll have seen them here today. And of course, they'll be taking on a team that we just saw in Gnar, You Not Amused. So you can see the hovers, you can see the pickups here. You're going to have another Morgana. You're going to have a Maokai here picked up by Lumi. And then you're going to have yourself a Kaisa. Looks like maybe a Sivir's already locked in. Do see a shift over there. Nutjuice now hovering Annie. That would be a pick that they are allowed to do. It did show up. But, yeah, it is going to be that Annie. So,
Interesting.
lots of champions here again. Of course, you can see them like I can. What are we thinking here?
Okay. So I love Taric. I'm not gonna lie. He is, I think, one of the most slept-on champions in this game overall. He has a crazy amount of sustain. The healing is disgusting. The invulnerability, even though it's a 2-second delay, once it's popped, you truly do not fully understand what is happening until you're like, wow, I'm literally doing nothing at all. Only to add to that mixture as well a Yuumi on top of all of that. That's going to be a little bit of an issue. They have a lot of healing, so I see and expect some early Grievous Wounds definitely coming out from red side, and if they're not doing that, then I have no idea what they're doing. On the other end of the spectrum, going back to red side here, we have the Caitlyn. Again, this is the 3rd game in a row that we've seen Caitlyn. Very, very effective champion. Great range, especially into the lower range ADCs like we see on the other side of Kaisa and Sivir. So that they're definitely going to be able to play a little bit safe. And then, of course, Ezreal as that double ADC comp. The poke is going to be a little bit crazy just in regards to those two. But I don't see a whole lot of damage coming in until after level 6. When Annie gets her ulti, when they get the lockdown Maokai ulti as well. So I think we're going to see a little bit of a slower pace coming in from red side early on, or blue side, I'm sorry, early on, while red side's definitely going to be more, okay, go, let's get in there. And Maokai is going to have to be patient for when he does decide to go in, because, once again, that Taric, that CC, the stun that he has, the shielding, the healing, he's the perfect balance, in my opinion, of a support tank. Like, that is what you want, is a Taric there. But that's my opinion. How are you feeling about the comp on both of these teams?
Well, the first thing I want to see is what does Lumi do? Because there are 2 ways to build Maokai. There is the traditional way, you build him tank, you become that nice big old frontliner. 2, there's you build Leandries, you become super squishy, and you just kind of die. I want to see this Maokai build tank, especially with the other champions locked in here. They did have opportunity for some beef. They had Cassante available to them. They had Yorick available. But they've gone with a very squishy comp outside of the Maokai. So they desperately need somebody to be able to tank a lot of damage, especially if Kaisa goes AP on the other side, drops down those Ws. Of course, Wei, very good poke champion. They're going to need somebody to kind of be a beefcake up there. But as far as raw damage output is concerned, blue team, they've got tons of it. Annie, very good right now. Obviously, flash stun. Always going to be perfect. Always going to be great, especially if she can get onto somebody like Wei, Kaisa, Sivir. There's lots of targets there. Of course, won't have many opportunities to get onto Yuumi. As long as she's not flash solo ulting the Taric, she's doing a good job. And of course, they took the comps away from me. But blue side, obviously, I kind of alluded to it. They've got good poke. They've got Kaisa. They've got Hui. They've got Yuumi. Yuumi damage can't be underestimated in the early levels, especially as she can direct those Qs around. So it's an interesting one for sure. But I think it really kind of all depends on the 2 tanks, who can really kind of get in front and who can really kind of negate the most damage here. So let's go and take a quick break. We'll sync it up. We'll be right back. It's the ARAM tournament, losers round 4 here on the Tournament Kingdom stream. And again, here's Howling Abyss. Losers round 4. The ARAM Tournament Kingdom stream. Of course, LaRue and Rylionn here with you today. As we take a look at the pack skin. I think that's an OG pack skin, by the way, coming out from Chris Fish. So if you're a skinaholic, get a chance to see a rare skin here in this one. We're already fighting here, level 3. That is going to be a set of numbers. Push back up on in. Tries to heal his way on out of it. He's not going to be able to. First blood picked up for Airbus, but it is going to trade back for fadeaway hook, as the Yuumi will pick up a kill too. So definitely, I would say, blue team getting the better of that level 3 trade. You definitely like the kill on Airbus a lot more than you like the kill on fadeaway hook. But it's just your average, ordinary level 3 skirmish.
Yes, sir, indeed. And this time with the Kaisa not going in for that on-hit like we did see a couple of games ago, but instead going for that AP build. I'm not sure I totally 100% agree with that because they have the Hui already. They have, you know, the Tariq, who I know is going tank, but still has that AP aura to him. But, you know, having Sivir there, maybe they need to have a little bit of AP damage, I guess. I just don't think it's consistent enough in order to warrant going AP Kaisa, especially when you're going into, like, Morgana and Annie as well.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about that earlier when we saw the first Kaisa today. I'm just a massive advocate of the on-hit build just because I think the DPS is greater. If I'm going to make an argument for AP here, it's going to be hard to get in on this team here, as we actually do see Lumi sell out for a kill. That's the kill on to Furbo, and Erebus is there to follow it up. So it's going to be hard. It'll be hard. You have to dodge the Dark Binding, obviously. Ezreal, Caitlyn, 2 champions with insane range. You get too close, Nut Juice is dropping Tibbers on you. So if there is a game, I mean, this is probably the one, especially with those Ws. If you can get enough AP quickly, it'll hurt. Ezreal and Caitlyn are not known for their durability. So I'm going to say it's a good idea, especially because you do have Sivir. So you do. It's not like you're lacking for AD damage here.
Right.
But
yeah, it is going to be just how they go about playing it. But like,
yeah.
I like how you said like they don't have anything to get onto the back line. To be honest, they don't need to though. They're landing these bindings. They're doing it. Have them go ahead and step up and make like come forward. Maokai, he is the only one that can go onto the back line, but it's instant death if he does. So waiting for them to go ahead and step up to him, they're all also equally as squishy, except for the Tariq, of course. So any one of them that steps up, it's going to be a bad time to do so because of the Morgana binding and then the Ezreal and the Caitlyn, like you were just mentioning, as well. So it's going to be interesting.
Erebus playing with fire there. Actually had to pop barrier to survive the Sivir Q. Koylin, though, with the Dark Binding onto Jay, picks up the kill. Lumi is down 2. Haven't missed saying that name. Lumi. And the siege continues on here on this tier 1. Ooh. There is a big ultimate. Nicely done there by Furbo. Line that up, down 3. Arcane shift forward to pick up the shutdown here onto Zombie Smurf. Chris Fish going to go ahead and pop the ulti here. Not quite sure he's going to be able to get on top, though. Maybe just to kind of see what he could do with it. But ultimately not much doing there. You see Koylin very low. Nut Juice. Level 6. Still has Flash. That's the ulti used onto Koylin. Ace in the hole. Will not find a kill, but meanwhile on the other side, Spiraling Despair.
I mean, I'm looking at what Blue is doing. I mean, 7-6, very even in kills, very even in gold. 200 gold difference between the two. Here we go. Nice ultimate landing from Maokai.
Now spreads out across the entire lane. There's the flash. Tibbers onto 2. Is enough to kill a set of numbers. Won't find Zombie Smurf, but is going to chunk him quite a bit.
Yeah, that's that difference. That's that AP Kaisa versus the constant DPS. If you don't land that W, you're kind of out of the fights. But the Ws keep on coming through, though, for Zombie Smurf. So I can't even argue with it. But that T1 tower is going to go ahead and fall. We're 5 minutes in already. And blue side is definitely pushing. This is what I'm saying. Like, if they keep on getting these picks off, look at that. That's another one. Shut down. Another binding is going to land. The CC chain is too good right now for blue.
Airbus is just taking this over, and it's something that we did not even talk about, and I kind of hate that we didn't mention it as he finds a Quadra. Whew! Caitlyn Morgana.
Yeah.
Just absolutely devastating combo. It always has been. it's obviously meta in Summoner's Rift, or even if it's not meta, it's meta.
Oh my.
And it's just, look at that. A Dark Binding means almost 5 seconds of CC. It's just insane what those two can accomplish together. Ace in the hole onto Chrisfish. There's the Taric ult. Not enough to save set of numbers, but we'll find a little bit of a reprieve for Jay and Chrisfish. Arcane shift forward. Chrisfish trying to get aggressive on the hunt now. Does take down Koilin. Does he get to Arabius? Not just yet. Fadeaway Hook has to try to retreat, but he's not going to be... Is he? He is going to be able to get back to Jay here. As Zombie Smurf makes his re-entrance here, moves on forward, actually dies. Furbo on a killing spree. Lots of shielding coming through. Finally, we can slow it down here. Jay gets back with the shutdown onto Furbo. So Zombie Smurf, Jay, they picked up a lot of gold there. You can see 680 for Zombie Smurf. Jay picks up 480. But yeah, I mean, blue team's just kind of bullying him up. Just kind of pushing him down right now.
Yes, sir. And immediately on this back, Mortal Reminder being picked up here by Caitlyn. Obviously, best choice right there. Oh, nice ulti from Maokai in the back line.
Yeah, got in there, keeps him steady. Here comes Airbus once again. Big two-man Tibbers there. Chrisfish is down, as is Fadeaway Hook. Make it 3 kills now. Jay and Zombie Smurf trying to retreat. You can't fire W's from that close range. It's a double here for Airbus. Furbo dropping in those Mystic shots. They're going to go ahead and take this tier 2 here as well.
Yeah.
This is turning into domination.
Gonna have to change that hotkey from W to L, unfortunately, because that's exactly what this Kai'Sa is performing as right now, and it's not the fault of the player, it's just the fault of the type of champion on this matchup that they have.
Got the snipe there, gonna move forward, trying to get onto Furbo, but walks right into her own demise. Meanwhile, a set of numbers actually did get behind the team. The flash engage there, but Airbus still working at full health. Going to be feared on up. The rest of the damage, the QW here from Wei. It just doesn't really have enough. This Caitlyn is just going insane. 14, 2, and 10. Now, Furbo, the auxiliary damage. Mystic shot. Nope, not the Mystic shot. The True Shot Barrage. Apologies there. In fact, yeah, Mystic shot, Essence Flux, etc., etc. Abilities are not my strong suit here. Airbus doesn't actually need a support, by the way. You can see here he just walks on in and takes down 3. 9,500 gold here at this stage for this Caitlyn. The next nearest player, that would be the Hui with 7.5k gold. He's 2k gold ahead of everybody else in the game here at the moment. You can see 2 items, 2.5 items actually. He's working on that Infinity Edge right now.
Yes, indeed. And Static Shift being the first one built, kind of shocking at that, but I guess it does damage everybody. Maokai has just been waiting in the bushes perfectly stealthy, which is unusual because he has no invisibility at all. And then look at that ulti to go ahead and lock them down to follow up the rest of the CC from the side of blue. Yuumi, poor little cat, definitely not going to be able to find any solace there, and that is a clean ace. And possibly the end? 10 minutes? 8:45? What are we at?
Yeah, definitely, maybe, possibly the end here. We're certainly looking at a sticky situation here for blue side, here for an Are You Not Amused. 31 kills to 20 now. Chrisfish actually using the portal. He is behind everybody here at the moment. I believe he was able to spell shield the Dark Binding, but he finds 2 before he is down. Only 1 Nexus Tower left standing here. Only Jay and Fadeaway Hook left to protect. Although Airbus and Koilin are both quite low. Airbus actually nets his way into the QQ, but survives with just a sliver of health. As they'll take that last Nexus Tower. They're actually going to be on to the Nexus. Can a set of numbers get back in time? Does find the stun here onto Koilin. Koilin going to go golden here. Actually does take down a set of numbers. Here comes Chrisfish. The shutdown picked up by the Yuumi. And that's 22 kills in 9 minutes. Chrisfish will drop at least 1 more auto down. They'll get a little bit of time here, but 22 out of 35 kills. 10 minutes into the game, that's 2 kills every
minute, roughly?
2 kills a minute, yeah.
Just roughly.
He's on a prodigious pace here at the moment. Tibbers used, that's going to take down the Kai'Sa here. Lumi back into the back line, trying to get on top of Jay here. Saw the magic shield coming on through.
has almost as many
Jay is
kills as the
burning.
entire enemy team does by himself, and a 34 out of 36 KP. That's like a 97% kill participation right now on Caitlyn.
Yeah, Caitlyn is absolutely a monster. And of course, she's kind of the poster child for yes, is nerf. Well, actually, I just looked at the nerfs. I was going to say, is kind of the poster child for yes, she's nerfed, but yes, she's still strong. 105% damage taken.
Ooh.
Not a lot of nerfs on one of the longest range champions in the game. Kind of curious, but I mean, yeah, I mean, she's just so strong. She's just such a high value pick, and that's why we've seen her 3 of our games here today. Here we go on the hunt use, trying to disengage here, but Nutjuice is going to catch back up to a set of numbers. Are they going to finish it right here, right now? 4 members left alive here for Are You Not Amused? Turbo's going to jump into the thick of things here. Coilin with the aggressive flash forward. The ultimate used. Actually, not the flash. Just kind of got in there, but I digress. It's not really going to matter. They're going to finish him off. Have to retake the inhibitor, but then they'll turn their attention. They'll finish off this Nexus here. And it will be moving on.
Yeah, that we said the Encore was like an entire lane wide ulti. The Maokai ulti, I forgot, is literally the entire width, and there is no dodging it unless you have some kind of spell shield or something available to go ahead and block that. So that was a little bit rough, for Red to deal with. Even if they did have the on-hit Kai'Sa, 8 and 11 still not bad with the AP Kai'Sa, trying to get as many snipes as possible. But just the CC barrage, as you mentioned, that Morgana-Caitlyn combo, disgusting with a capital dis on top of it, because every single time that a binding was landing, an immediate trap was put down, and then it was just crit, dead. Every single time. So, great job, and Caitlyn, once again, 3rd game in a row that we've seen Caitlyn. So, they need to start banning her out. I'm just kidding.
Unfortunately, the bans are completely random. If they show up, obviously it is allowed. So we'll see if we see any more Caitlyn today. But we're down maybe potentially to 2 matches. 2 or 3, depending on how things go in the finals. But our next matchup, check PayPal. They're going to be taking on Wintraders. Winner goes to the grand final. Loser is done. We'll be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere. It's the ARAM tournament here on the Tournament Kingdom stream. And welcome back here. It's time for the final match of the losers bracket. One of these two teams is heading on up to the grand final. Of course, we've either got Wintraders or Check PayPal. Of course, Wintraders, they will be on the blue side. Check PayPal, they'll be on the red. I am LaRue. Joining alongside me is Rylionn. We see a Nautilus locked in for Taylor Clone. We see the Scion locked in on the other side of things. We're going to see Sona for the first time here in this tournament. Turbo Bonobo is going to lock in the Karma. So a couple picks making their return. But we do see Sona for the first time. Sona, the former Scourge of ARAM. She's been neutered a little bit as of late. Of course, obviously, once they started getting into balance buffs and nerfs and all that, she's got what has commonly been called the Sona nerf. The 80% healing, the 80% shielding, the 80% damage, the hard nerfs. Still a good champion, though.
Absolutely. I love playing Sona whenever I get matched up with her, or I just accidentally don't have any more rerolls or anything like that. The movement speed, the shields, the slight little poke from your Qs, if you decide to do that. But, you know, Seraphine, the upgraded Sona, as we like to call her in my friend group, definitely, of course, is the preferred out of the two. But Sona's still definitely effective. Now, one thing, though, that I do personally like that you don't really get to see all that often is the Xayah Rakan combo. You typically see it in lane and Summoner's Rift. I've never seen it in an ARAM game. So I wonder how much of a difference that's going to make with that extra range of him being able to either disengage or engage for the Xayah. If that's going to really turn the tide, because both seem to have a pretty okay front line. Of course, blue side is a little bit better with the Nautilus Rammus, but I like the Scion. Do you want Scion to like go lethality, or do you want him to go full tank, do you expect?
Well, you know, you run the risk if you go full tank. And obviously, you have damage from the Talia and the Xayah. Like, obviously, you don't have to be the sole damage source. If you go full tank, you basically run the risk of becoming a meat. Like, just a punching bag. Like, you're going to die. You're not really going to accomplish much of anything. And then everybody just kind of moves on while you kind of hit people with your fist like a wet noodle. But Lethality Scion kind of has the opposite problem where, yeah, you can blow them up, but you also blow up yourself. And again, passive, you're easily kited for the most part. Rammus will just taunt you, or you can just run away. But it's kind of man's choice. I mean, as I look at the rest of the team, you probably need somebody to kind of be that solid frontliner. I don't think it can be Rakan. I really don't. Obviously it's not going to be Sona. Obviously you don't want Talia on the front line. So I would want this Scion to go tank, if not just for the fact that you need somebody to kind of fill that role. But yeah, I mean, Scion's such a tricky champion. And also he's heavily nerfed here in ARAM as well. Scion is kind of a champion that kind of got the nerf hammer. So
Gotcha.
It's an interesting champion for sure.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to just wait and see, but I definitely hope he leans towards the tanky side, because we saw that last time with Garen. We questioned it, but ended up, panning out to be like the best choice because they didn't have any other front line. So let's see what they decide to do. But yeah, I'm excited for this matchup, and we have, depending on, I believe, the next couple, we either have 2 or 3 more matches, including this one. So definitely keep on, stay tuned in, and while we get ready for that in-game delay, though, we're gonna hit it to a small little break. Is that all right?
Yep.
Excellent.
Go on ahead.
Perfect, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And again, it's time for our final match of the losers bracket. A spot in the grand final awaits. 3 victories these two teams need if they want to win this tournament here today, but can't get those other 2 if you don't pick this one up right here. Again, it is LaRue and Rylionn here for you today. Over on the blue side, it is Wintraders. Check PayPal over on the red side here, as we've already got fighting, as is tradition. Marshall trying to get into the back line here on that Ramus. Going to take about 50% of his health. Another hook coming down here from Taylor Clone. Wave with the pullback, getting lots of damage out from that QE. First blood picked up by all this for that on the Yasuo. Knock up onto Taylor Clone. He'll be the next one to go, but here comes Marshall back onto the back line. Drops a taunt onto Airbus, forces out the barrier. Do they get the kill? Do they get the follow-up? They get 3 kills onto this Yasuo before he finally goes down at the shutdown for Rakan, but it's totally worth for all this for that.
Absolutely. I like the focus of Marshall going onto the back line, going, okay, I know Koilin's just going to go ahead and heal and shield and speed up, so let me get rid of her first. And very nice transition.
Yeah, this Sona, you got to be positioning very, very well. Everybody has a target on your back. As we see another kill here for Airbus. Airbus has kind of been the MVP of this squad today, of course, at least on the stream anyway. Of course, you might remember our first game a few hours ago had the big game on Darius. Last game, absolutely monster game on the Caitlyn. So we'll see what he's got here on his 3rd ADC we've seen today. Does pick up another one, now 3-1-2. Focus is now on to Marshall. Already a 1K goal difference here for red side.
Yeah, and that's shocking because the Yasuo picking up all those early kills, I thought definitely was going to have the advantage here.
He has died twice here, as we're now back to fighting again here. Big 2-man knockup from all this for that, but has to dash back on out. Turbo Minervo just continue to drop those ulti Qs, and we're going to be seeing a lot of that. Of course, with the addition of Malignance this season, we all know we're almost 8 months into the season, so you don't know what Malignance does. Where have you been?
True.
25 ability haste works very well on champions like Karma. Of course, who, if you auto attack, you hit your abilities, is already shortening that cooldown anyway. Lots of opportunities to drop down lots of damage, or maybe in the mid to late, trying to transition that into big, consistent shielding. Pull back here from Talia. Another Q charged up here by Furbo. See those red health bars there dropping quite low. Marshall jumps on in. Actually, Lumi there to stop it. They do get the taunt on Airbus, but not a lot of damage coming out predictably from that Ramus. Snowball onto Nut Juice. Marshall just kind of dies for it here. Kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Airbus now on a killing spree. 4-1-6.
And like you said, Airbus kind of pretty much being the MVP, taking on that heavy damage ADC role. Practically every single time that we've streamed them so far. Having Caitlyn 2 out of the 3 streams, I believe. But oh my goodness, nice engage from the Rakan here.
And gets into the back line. There is the Nautilus ult. There's the follow-up from all of this for that. It is going to be, so far, 2 kills here for blue side. Furbo's going to be taken down. Can he get anything with his passive? Not going to look like it here. He doesn't have that heart steal just yet, so not even going to really be able to pick up some stacks. Is going to pick it up now. But yeah, blue team with a nice big wombo combo there. They're going to have quite a bit of that. A few knockups here. Well, 2. For blue other than Yasuo himself.
I don't want to admit this on stream, but literally I thought all this for that was like one of your catchphrases. Just now realized this was Yasuo's name.
That would be all this for that. The Yasuo.
I was like, man, he likes that a lot.
Or else I would say that catchphrase a lot. That would be a bit overkill. Speaking of all this for that, he does finally knock up on the Furbo. Furbo, again, going with that tank build. Sion, one of the champions that stacks heart steal the easiest, especially aided by that passive. It actually does get onto distance there to pick up the kill. Oof. But it's a big win for red side, especially as they had to back off from Furbo there. Allowed his team a lot of time to do the rest there. That's a big ulti Q onto Nut Juice, onto Airbus. There's the ulti onto Koilin.
That delay in the Yasuo last, what's this ultimate? I almost call it Last Whisper. That's not right. Last Breath. That's what it was. And I mean, great delayed reaction. Kept him into the fight for just a little bit longer here. They're going to go ahead and run down the rest of red side as the other 4 members are dead. Sion already ridiculously tanky. That was like a 10-second fight. that it took for them
Yeah.
just to go. And that's all members, by the way, on him.
Yeah, that kind of therein lies the problem. You saw once you kind of run into Scion, he found a 4-man queue there, but not doing anything. He's just kind of sitting there, taking damage. But fighting with the team, it's a different story. When you're alone, obviously not many champions can count a 1v5, especially as early as this one is. 5.5 minutes now, 33 kills. And still waiting for that first tower. Both towers, I believe, still relatively healthy. About 50% for blue side, about 80 or so for red. Well, we're going to do a little bit of damage here to this blue side tower. We do have a dive here. Depth charge is going to find 3. Lumi in some trouble, taking down Furbo, now tanking tower. He will die. It's already a double here for all this for that. Can he get on in? Can he do some more? Shutdown picked up by the Ramus. I was about to say we had ourselves a penta opportunity, not much longer, but he's still going to pick up 3. And that is going to be the ace here for Wintraders.
I was going to say, and it's a good thing I didn't because I would have cast her cursed immediately. Talia is definitely one of the biggest contributors right now to red side. Hold on one second. They take down the tier 1.
Yeah. First tower is taken down here by Wintraders. All this for that, trying to dash on through. Unfortunately, dash into tower range there. Furbo with the shutdown, now over 100 Heartsteel stacks. They find the 4 kills right on back.
Now, are they going to have the damages to deal with that tankiness of the Scion? I mean, we saw just a couple moments ago, took them about 10 seconds to go ahead and all 5 of them all were on the Scion, by the way, during this match here. So as time moves forward, he gets more Heartsteel stacks, Grasp stacks, everything else, more defense. Are they going to be able to take him down?
Well, he's going to be taken down this time here by Tower. He's going to be feared up. Can he get some Heartsteel stacks before he dies? Gets 1.
He had to die.
Now up to 122. I mean, it's just funny watching Scion stack Heartsteel like 90% of the time in his passive. It's just kind of the way the champion works.
Right.
Lumi will die too here. But yeah, I think you have a great point. I think if he dies solo, it's useless.
Right.
If he dies with the team, yeah, all that beef is just so great. They have to focus so much on him here. He'll move up once again here. We now focus on this tier 2 on the red side.
Nice.
Ulti used on to Nutjuice in the back line. Takes the kill. Does he now move over toward Furbo? Does have the Blade of the Ruin King. So someone to note there that Yasuo does have some tank killing potential. Blade of the Ruin King core right now on both Yasuo and Yone. And it's going to be used to great effect here in this one. All this for that actually just flashes through with the wind wall. Actually blocked quite a bit there. Now on to Airbus. He is charmed up by Lumi, but not enough to allow the Airbus. Well, not enough to allow to get Airbus. Doesn't let Airbus get away. As he will take him down here. This Yasuo now 13, 4, and 9. He's going to have to be the carry this team needs.
I think they found a way to answer the Scion, and it's literally just ignoring him. Yasuo, hold on one second.
Here we go again here. Marshall eats a little bit of damage. He'll die. Nutjuice picking up his 5th kill here. But all this for that. Now on a rampage. Trying to back it on out here. Furbo gets 1 Heartsteel stack. He's now over 200. But a hook comes down on the Nutjuice. All this for that with the follow-up snowball. Moves on in here. Tornado knocks up Lumi. Now a double kill. Another knock up. Now going to jump onto Airbus here. Airbus pulls back the feathers, but doesn't get enough to land the stun. It's a triple kill here for all this for that.
You
Yeah,
just love the Wind Brothers.
This is just some hero Yasuo play. You can almost hear the montage music.
Yeah, for real. I mean, he's doing everything that they need to be doing exactly correct.
8-9 years ago, this would be played with some nice dubstep, with some NCR, not NCR, what? I can't remember. Anyway, it's not that important. The non-copyright music. If you know, you know. But Lumi gonna eat a fear here from Dissonance. Dissonance on this way is dropping down quite a little bit of damage as well. Can't negate the efforts from the rest of the squad here. Obviously, Nautilus with the hooks. Karma, 3, 2, and 28, playing her part pretty darn well right now.
Cannot complain about that.
Marshall.
31 KP.
Yeah. And Marshall, of course, not afraid to get in there. Sometimes scoreline can be a little bit confusing out on the tank there, but all this for that. He's finally going to go down here. Sent back to base for the 5th time in this game. He'll go back. He'll add an Infinity Edge. So now working with 100% crit.
Uh-huh.
2 items, 100% crit. Love that.
Love my Win brothers. I hate those two champions.
You're in good company. Most do. But anyway, Furbo now under tower. Gonna come through with the Q. Doesn't get the knockup, but does provide enough time for that first tower to finally fall. Here comes all this for that once again. Immediately jumps onto Furbo. Remember, he is the tank killer on the team. All those auto attacks doing max health % damage as well. Now quickly bring him out of his passive.
I was like, that was a good push. It was a great push from Red side. It's just they have a lot to. I mean, look at that, yeah. So they cannot trap him. They can't stop him. They don't have any hard CC, at least not enough. Look at that. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to know right now, this Blight of the Ruined King. We see Dissonance jumping in alongside Taylor Clone Turbo Bonobo. We'll get to that in just a second. Got full-scale fighting here. Here comes Marshall down the lane. He's looking for Airbiss and only Airbiss. Actually, no, excuse me. That is actually Nut Juice. Blue skins are blue skins and all that. But gonna miss. And eventually Taylor Clone will die. You see, that tower's been low. Marshall actually just kind of selling out for the tower right now. Are they going to be able to take it? They are. As they eventually both die. But that Blade of the Ruined King right now, here for all this for that, up to 5,700 damage.
Oh my god.
And I guarantee you, most of that 5,700 damage has been used to take down that Scion.
Oh yeah, 5,800 out of the 5,700 have been dedicated to that Scion. 100 for just future use when he inevitably just goes right back in like he's going to be doing right now.
Yeah, here we go. Another attempted siege on the tier 2 tower. Taylor Clone the hook down onto Lumi. Turbo Bonobo has the root. Big 3-man NATO there, jumps in. And this is going to be a slaughter. Already 3 down. Nut Juice and Koylin, they're trying to retreat. It will not be Nut Juice getting away from this one. Don't think Koylin's getting away as well as all this for that. Just dashes on through, knocks him up. And that's all she wrote there for that fight. It's a full-on 5-0 ace for Wintraders.
That, I don't even know what the heck happened there. I mean, just Hui being able to just do everything that he wants to do on the back end here. Still holding onto the ulti as well, probably for this next or possibly last team fight, depending on what occurs. But those Nexus towers are falling.
Yeah, one's going to fall here. All this for that, pretty much doing the work on his lonesome. He is going to be charmed. He is going to be knocked up a couple times here. But can they finish him off? They don't really have anybody on him as they have to spend time focusing on Marshall. Dissonance now. He'll be the next one to go as they find another knock-up and follow it up with another knock-up here from Lumi. All this for that. Look at the shielding being dropped down right now by Turbo Bonobo as Lumi just tries to stay on top, just tries to keep everything in range. All this for that. He is just a monster right now. You can send as many knockups as you want. This guy will just heal on through. Finally shut down. And now Turbo Bonobo will finally have to take care of business himself here. Both have a way of doing so. He is AP, mind you. Malignance, Morelos, and of course has the Crypt Bloom as well. We can drop some down, and you see he takes care of business right there. Picks up the solo on the Nut Juice.
Yasuo wants to see a Penta kill this game. I don't think we've seen a Penta this entire ARAM series so far. We've seen a Quadra.
We've seen quite a few Quadras, but no Pentas just yet. But we're looking like this one could be the one. If there was a game to see a Penta, this would be it. Marshall eating lots of damage, rooted up by the feathers. You can see Marshall just how tanky he is here at the moment. CC dropped down onto Furbo. Marshall jumps on in. Does find the taunt onto Airbiss, but Airbiss is able to push on through it here. Trying to jump onto Taylor Clone now, trying to set up those feathers. Here comes Lumi. He charms the back line. Airbiss taunted up again by Marshall. They just can't get through him. They finally do. But by then, the rest of the team's able to catch back up and jump onto this Xayah. Again, you see the last Nexus tower. It's standing about 50% health. All this for that. Jumping onto Lumi now. Koylin, he's rooted up. He'll fall. Turbo Bonobo now unstoppable. Lumi, last one left. It's a double kill. And that should do it here. 15 minutes. We've got our finals. We have got Wintraders. They're going to be taking on Aramateurs.
Yes, sir, indeed. I mean, that Yasuo popped off. I mean, that champion by himself
just existing outside of ARAM or anything, definitely one of my least favorite champions in League of Legends. That double crit, him and his brother both, absolutely, I can't stand it. But when you play it this well, how are you going to argue with the end results here? I mean, absolutely phenomenal gameplay. Definitely, they just had everything in the bag to overcome that Scion. I mean, Scion, like you said, do you play him lethality? Do you play him tank? Which one's the better option here? You know, if you have a team to play around, tank is definitely the way to go. And who are you gonna hit? The Scion that just comes right back to life and starts beating the crap out of you right as soon as you kill him? Or do you go ahead and focus everybody else? Yes, we'll figure it out and said, I'm gonna go after everybody else, target Scion last, and that Blade of the Ruin King just icing on the cake. So congratulations to them and that victory here today.
Yeah, so that means, of course, we've got our grand finals. As it's going to work, Wintraders versus Aramateurs. Wintraders will need to win 2 in a row to take down a team that has ultimately just kind of walked into the grand finals here today. Aramateurs, they just got to win 1. So we'll see how the grand final goes, but we've got it coming up in just a few minutes. Do not go anywhere. Don't know why you'd leave now. We'll be right back with the ARAM tournament here on the Tournament Kingdom stream. And once again, welcome back. It's time for the grand finals, the ARAM tournament here on the Tournament Kingdom stream. Of course, LaRue and also Rylionn as well. It's been a long tournament, going on almost 4 hours here. So we could see this one wrap up here in anywhere from, well, maybe about 9 to about, well, maybe even longer than that. Who actually knows how long a game could go here? But that does lead into my next point. For the first time on stream today, we see the Aramateurs. This team has dominated this tournament here today. And of course, while we haven't seen them on stream, you can certainly see the results over in the Discord. Started today out with a 6.5-minute win. Of course, you and I, Rylionn, were pogging over a 9.5-minute win. This team did it 3 minutes quicker than that. They also have an 8-minute win here today. They also have a 7-minute win here today. But they do play a team here in Wintraders that took them to 13 minutes. Now, obviously, that's not a huge thing to hang your hat on, but this Aramateurs team has just been dominant here today.
Absolutely, and doubling the time from 6 to 13 minutes, that's a victory, I think, all on its own. And I really genuinely wish we could have watched that game, because it's like there had to have been nonstop fighting and only winning from like one team in order to achieve that. I need to see how that occurred.
If you are a member, and if you're a member of the Aramateurs and you're there watching the stream right now, you've got our audio, you're watching the VOD, please link me up with the replay file, because I am desperate to see how you can win an ARAM in 6.5 minutes.
It's not even a forfeit or anything. I need to know what happens.
Well, you can't even forfeit until about 8 minutes in, so it's obviously something very special. And I'm not saying this game obviously is going to go 6:30, or maybe it is, brother. But we do see the champions locked in here. We see Aatrox for Just False X. Usni going to pick the Kha'Zix. DPS threat is on the Singed Reformed Monkey. We do see the Caitlyn, and if things weren't already bad enough for Wintraders here, the Caitlyn has a Morgana with it. So, on the other side, Wintraders breaking out the Xayah. You've got the Malphite. You've got the Rumble. We see Vex for the first time here on stream. And then you've got Warwick coming out as well. So, comp-wise, I'm going to be straight with you. I think Aramateurs has the better team comp, but never say never. You do have some picks that can turn team fights around. Malphite, Rumble, Vex, they can all make some big old plays. And of course, Xayah, we've seen, Xayah's been doing good so far today. So I'm going to give the comp edge over to Blue. I want to hear what you think, though, before we get into the game as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. That Caitlyn Morgana combo, we've seen it once, and it was just absolutely nasty. And the setup that they're going to be able to have now with Singed, the only question marks, though, are going to be that Kha'Zix and Aatrox. I don't know how effective Kha'Zix is, because when is he ever really going to be able to have that isolation boost? You know what I mean? So that's really the only X factor, and not in a good way, for Blue side that I personally see. For Red side, that Malphite probably is going to go tank. If we see an AP Malphite, that's going to be interesting, but lack of tank between everybody else. Rumble and Warwick possibly could, but I'd rather just have Rumble just do full AP along with the Vex, poke from afar with the ultis, and then just go from there. But I am also leaning towards Blue early, maybe a little bit, and Kha'Zix is probably just not going to be relevant at all. To be honest.
And of course you and I have also talked about as well, like Aramateurs, their short wins have not necessarily been rolls kills wise. And of course, when these two teams played earlier, Aramateurs was actually outkilled by Wintraders quite a bit, actually, but still was able to pick up the win. So what kind of strategy are we going to see here from Aramateurs? How are they kind of pulling out these wins? I'm curious to find out. Really glad we're going to get to see them on stream. But again, it is the grand finals. We will come back in just a moment. Remember, Aramateurs only 1 win away. Wintraders 2 wins away. We'll be right back. It's the ARAM tournament here on the Tournament Kingdom stream. And once again, welcome back here to the Tournament Kingdom stream, the ARAM tournament. It is the grand finals. Some sportsmanship beforehand in the chat. You love to see it. But these are our two remaining teams here. You see DPS Threat already jumping on in here. Going to be rooting up. Taylor Clone is taken down as they try to retreat. Vex is going to find a couple of fears there, but it's first blood here for Reformed Monkey.
I love the pre-6, just absolute chaos that ensues before, or pre-6, pre-minions, I mean, when it's just abilities flying everywhere, bodies flying everywhere, stuns landing, and first blood's getting picked up.
Yeah, so remember, these two teams have already met once before. It was back in the winners bracket. It was the winners semifinals, I believe. Wintraders did fall in 13 minutes, so these teams are at least a certain degree familiar with one another at this point.
Yes, indeed.
But does that change anything the second time round, or are we just cruising for an Aramateurs win? Dark Binding gonna miss. Fear on to Amethyst, but a good Black Shield there negates the follow-up. Just False X jumping onto Marshall there. That is the kill picked up, but a first kill here for Wintraders. They actually make it a twofer. Jumping on to Amethyst now. Taylor Clone picks up the kill onto Usni. And it's 3 kills to 2 here early on
and here's
for Wintraders.
Here's the early struggle of the Kazakhs. And once again, I know you're very limited by the amount of champions that are at your disposal, right? And looking at other ones that were available, I mean, Aurelian Soul, Heimerdinger, Lilia, those are, even Master Yi, I think, would have been slightly better. I know they have rerolls, so they can't exactly get to pick which ones, but it's really unfortunate that they didn't get to land on one of those, because I think Kazakhs is going to be that chink in the armor that they are going to expose, and then it's just going to be a numbers game at that point, that 4v5. Oh, man,
DPS Threat jumping on in there with the assistance of the Black Shield. Is he going to get away? That tower's not going to do enough damage, so they are able to get the dissonance and take him out.
It's that Morgana-Caitlyn combo. We said that time and time again. We saw it last time. It was disgusting, and it's just as gross this time.
Here we go, more fighting. DPS Threat, the first casualty here. Just False X will die, but not before he finishes off Marshall. Double kill for Turbo Bonobo on the front lines. Now jumps here on to this Morgana. Usni now in some trouble, and that's a Quadra here for Turbo Bonobo.
Yes, sir, indeed. Wait until level 6, because he is definitely saying X going to give it to you after that World Breaker is available.
Taylor Clone gonna go for the execute here. Turbo Bonobo just gonna give himself up here as well. DPS Threat takes again a lot of damage. Dissonance pulled back, but Just False X gonna pick up himself a double here. So immediately they equalize the kills once again. It was a big play for Wintraders, but now all 5 members of Aramateurs come back the other way now. 3.5 minutes in.
I'm not gonna lie, I definitely didn't expect. Oh, there we go. Nice fog of
Ooh,
war.
unstoppable force there. Taylor Clone, yeah, great ult there, able to take down 3.
That's what they have to keep on looking out for, is that fog of war, unstoppable force. And before I was rudely interrupted by that phenomenal ulti by Malfire, the 5, 1, and 2, 5 kills on the Aatrax. That's actually the most shocking thing to me so far that we've seen in this game, to be honest with you.
And more fighting for you here. Dissonance gonna use that ulti, but it only prolongs his life for just a couple more seconds here. Turbo Bonobo on the back lines. You see that Caitlyn just allowed to free fire. All this for that. Getting his reset, but can he get on top of the Caitlyn? No, he's gonna come up just a little bit short. It's gonna be a win here for Aramateurs. 3 kills to 2. But Marshall is gonna equalize it here. Eats the Dark Binding. Reformed Monkey so low. He's burning, but he's going to eventually die by a returning Dissonance. Saved just in the nick of time. 28 kills here in 4.5 minutes. And you know, this is something we agreed on when we were looking over kind of the results, the match results for Aramateurs. They do just as much fighting as any other team. We were questioning how they kind of turn this into short games, 6, 8 minutes, 9 minutes or so. And I think it's the fact that they're just, and they haven't really been able to accomplish that. I think, let's go ahead and say, they haven't been able to accomplish it here so far in this game. They look for chances to ace. They look for big 5-0 wins where they get uninterrupted time on the towers, and they just take big chunks of land at a time. This is just me kind of, you know, just kind of ruminating, maybe. I mean,
like looking from the
maybe
outside
that is,
in.
maybe that isn't. And of course, maybe if they win grand finals, maybe we'll get a chance to talk to them. I know interviews traditional around here, but Just kind of ruminating on that. But so far, they've been kind of struggling to break through this Wintraders side here. Now 5.5 minutes in.
I mean, yeah,
And it's
that Rumble and the Malphite, sorry about that. The Rumble and the Malphite themselves are really proving to be like a really good front line. They're not necessarily the tankiest in the world. Malphite is going to be going tank this game, so that is a good thing for them. Rumble, though, is just all that damage and that equalizer, like you mentioned earlier. It's just really starting to slap them kind of hard when they are all standing just directly in front of the tier 1 tower there. So they have to be mindful of that, and there's just too much to look out for between the equalizer, the Warwick ulti, and the Malphite ulti, plus the Vex who's just going to go onto the back line anyways. It's like, who was the main priority? Who was the highest priority target right now on red side for blue to like focus down, do you think?
I mean, if red side, they got to get onto this Caitlyn. I mean, that's just priority target always.
Oh,
but you can also just take down the whole enemy team if you choose, although Usni was actually able to fight his way on through that there. It's a shutdown here for Reformed Monkey. Aatrox, Just False X still hanging around. Usni waiting for his chance. Actually goes on in, picks up his second kill of the game. Just Dissonance left around here. Dissonance actually has a chance to turn this in a big way. He's going to be pulled back in. Usni, does he have his jump? I'm not sure the cooldowns, but it's a double here for Dissonance. Usni, he's going to try to get something here before he dies. He's not able to catch up Dissonance. He's got himself a triple.
Yep, there's that Kha'Zix. 2, 4, and 11. It's like Isolation is never really going to be able to get procced unless, for some odd reason, 4 people die on each side, and then it's like, all right, this is where I shine really here, but he has to be the front one to engage. The bigger hammer theory definitely works early on. Uh-oh, hold on, Singe, backline.
Yeah, here we go again. DPS threat is taken down once more, but it is a 1-for-1. Reformed Monkey on to Turbo Bonobo. Ace in the hole. Going to be blocked here by, I believe that was caught by Taylor Clone. I know all this for that. Tried to use that shield. Don't think he got to it in time. Either way, it didn't do a whole lot of damage to this Malphite. It is a tank Malphite. You see the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yep.
Has the Grasp as well. Grasp, not really. I don't know how often that Grasp has actually been used.
That's...
Can't really be checked, unfortunately, here in the spectator client.
What's up with Grasp over, like, Aftershock? I don't understand. Like, you know, or...
Yeah, the negation of Aftershock in today's League of Legends, the absolute ignorance has been something I've been very sad about. But either way, we got another fight. There's a nice 3-man ulti from Malphite here. Bodies dropping, health bars dropping. And it's another win here for Red Side. 4 kills to 1, 27 kills to 19. DPS threat, last one left here as they jump onto this tier 1. Could see first tower of the game drop right here. We're definitely going to see our first tower of the game drop right here.
Yes, sir, indeed. And this is the thing. The Wombo is definitely available on the red side, while right side is just kind of like, if we can survive their Wombo, like their initial burst, we're fine.
Yeah, they're just going to give himself up here. That's going to be an ace back the other way. No, excuse me, not an ace. All this for that. Still hanging out. He'll have to go back and try to defend this tier 1. And this is something that you have to be careful of. It's going to be full 10 seconds before you guys can come up. No minions.
Nope.
Something to note. They're going to try to jump onto this Vex. They're actually going to sell out. You see, actually, they're just going to be able to take this one.
Oh, they have 1 minion.
Minion's not necessarily... Oh.
I was wondering how they were doing so much damage.
Oh, there is 1 minion. I was like, that's not right. Now they have 1 lone caster minion. That's the MVP there. They're able to take that tower back. I'm like, now we know they're hacking.
I was surprised for us. I was like, wow, they're actually taking like a good chunk of health off this tower, and it's like, nope, there's 1 little caster that's like, I got you.
That was screwed up. That threw me for a loop and a half.
Great job, red side or blue side. I mean,
tower for tower there. Yeah, that caster minion deserves all the credit.
100%.
All approaching 10 minutes here. We're fighting once again. He survived the initial battle for 1. And then got all the way to the tower.
Now,
we're even in gold.
All right, and they're starting to get a little bit tankier. You know, the Singed, Aatrox has, he's 10 and 6, but he's going just full damage. So
here we go. Vex jumping in, but actually is going to be taken down before he can kill DPS threat. Just doesn't have the damage for that. Unstoppable force on Amethyst there. Does secure it. As Taylor Clone jumps onto the Caitlyn now. Turbo Bonobo with the snowball on in. That's an ace again. Picked up here by Wintraders. No minions. Look around for casters.
Yeah, not this time. No,
No minions.
They don't
Not
have
this
that
time.
luck.
Not the way.
The oh man, I was gonna just say something because it was just so it was good. It was good too. Oh yeah, I was like, it was a little bit shaky at the beginning of that team fight. Vex going in, I was like, all right, here comes the wombo that we were just talking about. But there was a little bit of hesitation from the Malphite ulti, kind of holding on to it, and then Vex obviously immediately got blown up. They're just gonna overstay their welcome a little bit. Not even get the inhib.
Yeah, Turbo Bonobo, he'll eventually be shut down there. So, again, 2 members left. All this for that. Marshall going to have to step back and defend that tier 2, although it is 10 seconds left here on Taylor Clone. No casters again this time. Going to have to double check for the rest of the game.
Just in case.
Should be able to defend this, but they're going to be put on the back foot here for a moment.
Equalizer already used, so they can't use that for clearing. Vex is still pretty good at clearing waves, like, as a champion specifically. So, yeah, not really able to capitalize anything for that tier 2 here. But this is turning... I don't know. Like, Red's clearly got the kill advantage, right? But in these team fights, blue side's kind of winning out.
Well, that's exactly what happened the last time these 2 teams met. It was a kill advantage for Wintraders. But somehow, some way, Aramateurs was able to pull out the win. Another fight on the way. There's the Unstoppable Force, followed up by the Vex ultimate. She gets the reset. Who's she going to try to jump on next? Does land... I think she missed... No, she hit it onto Amethyst. Didn't actually go in, though. Decided to just wait it on out. Didn't like what she had there. They're going to try to advance this 5 onto this inhibitor.
Okay, they are able to get that. These bindings, they're not able to capitalize as well as we've seen in previous games here. Ooh, nice equalizer.
Equalizer across the side here. They're going to tank some towers here. Dissonance jumps up, but Usni's going to get the resets. And he's going to clean up shop here with the double kill.
Isolation, I know it isn't pertaining to if there's multiple enemy champions, not if your allies are around here. So he was able to go ahead and get a cheeky little double kill. So at least utilize a little bit of the isolation proc. And death timers were sitting at, okay, about 10 seconds on 2 of the members. So it's still going to be a 3v4 with these 3 that are coming up right now. Minions are also being cleared out every single time before they die, so that's something that Red Side does have going for them in each of these trades at least. So they got to keep on doing that consistently. If they're dying, they got to keep on taking out these minions to avoid this push that Blue just isn't able to really capitalize on with these aces.
Yeah, that's pretty much what's led to their success so far, is they've been able to minimize the losses when they die. So they come back stronger each time, and they don't lose a lot for it. Teams that die at the wrong time are the teams that lose. And I think that's really something that Aramateurs takes advantage of in their wins. So if that starts happening, you could see this turn around. But right now, Wintraders has done an excellent job of, again, keeping their losses to that minimum. A little bit of trading here. Taylor Clone takes a bit of damage. You see that Caitlyn 7-7, by the way, sitting on the clicker, sitting on the Infinity Edge. Kha'Zix has that hubris, starting to stack that up. Turbo Bonobo sent into the middle of the team here, but he does take down the Cinch. Front lines are down, except for Taylor Clone, who's now moving forward here. Here comes False X. He's got a chance to do something big here, but the burn is just too much. On to Reform Monkey they go, and it's another ace here for Wintraders. Triple kill here for Dissonance.
Oh, no.
And it's very kind of the Blackout to wait for the ace there. So that can jump right back on in here.
Does this thing keep on doing that? I hate this bug.
I've never contacted support, but I really think I almost might, just to say, listen, you got to get on that. God, but anyway, that is gonna be the last Nexus tower. So we've officially got open Nexus here for Wintraders. If they can maybe win one more big fight. That open inhibitor now with no more towers, you don't have to have minions. You just got to win the fight and book it down the lane.
This is where Rise Ultimates would, or a TF would be like super, super awesome to have. I've seen a couple of ARAM games go that way where you, like you said, open Nexus and then just teleport to the back line and win. But not the case this time.
This time, Aramateurs will have the minions to take this tier 2. But all 5 members of Wintraders are officially back up and ready to go. Trying to jump onto this Vex. They may have caught her out. They did. It's now a 5-on-4. Dark Binding here onto Taylor Clone. They are going to keep him CC'd for a little bit. They've officially secured the inhibitor. Taylor Clone steps on a trap. He has to use an unstoppable force to get away. That is major. Ace in the hole blocked here by Turbo Bonobo. As the siege continues on to these Nexus towers. Can Aramateurs pull this one out of nowhere? One Nexus tower is down. 8 seconds here on all this for that. Turbo Bonobo, the shutdown to Usni. Turns his attention to this Singe, takes him down, but not before he loses his own life. We're officially now on a 4-4-3. 4 members of Wintraders, 3 members of Aramateurs. Damage dropped onto Taylor Clone. You see Dissonance sitting about 50% health, has the Bloodthirster, so has some lifesteal. Here we go. There is the Vexel onto Just False X. Nice Q there to find Reformed Monkey. Only 2 members left alive, but 9 seconds left on Usni, 10 seconds left on DPS Threat. Dissonance pulls back the feathers. They find themselves a kill. It's an ace, not for too long, but look at those death timers. 30 seconds for Just False X, 30 seconds for Amethyst, and 20 seconds here for Reformed Monkey. DPS Threat and Usni are going to have to make a final stand right here, right now.
Yes, they will, and this is a lot that they have to deal with. The inhib is going to have to take a little bit of time as well, but still 16 seconds left on both the Morgana and the Aatrox. Caitlyn's up in 5 seconds. It is going to be a 4v4, or I'm sorry, a 4v3 here, but no, I don't think that's
5 more seconds. They're going to use the Unstoppable Force early. They're going to try to get to Usni. They do. It is an open Nexus, I need to remind you. Turbo Bonobo, he's on to the Nexus. It's going down. For the first time in this tournament, Aramateurs will be taken down. We are going to a winner takes all.
Oh my god. I was going to say that Jesse Pinkman, they can't keep getting away with this meme, is going to be in full effect if Blue Side were able to capitalize and just close out the game. Unfortunately, they were not able to. And oh man, that Wombo was just unreal. The Vex Rumble Malphite, that is definitely what saved it. And the death timer coming in from Vex at the very end there just to go ahead and re-enter the fight. That's the only dilemma with these high priority targets and these extended fights, is that the high priority targets come back if you're not able to just capitalize and completely wipe them, which unfortunately they just weren't able to. And Kha'Zix did way better than I thought he would. 9 and 11 and 25 assists, but still I think that was just the brick that wasn't fully in the building, and you pull it out and it tumbles like a house of cards, unfortunately. So here we are, one more
game to decide it all. Essentially game 3 of a best-of-3 series, if you want to think about it that way. Aramateurs took the first game. Wintraders takes the second game. Third game will decide it all. We're going to take a short break. We'll come right back. Obviously, just got to reset the lobby. When we come back, it's time for that final game of this ARAM tournament here in the Tournament Kingdom stream. And once again, welcome back to what is going to be guaranteed the final game of the ARAM tournament here on the Tournament Kingdom stream. One game to decide it all. Again, it was Wintraders picking up a shock win over Aramateurs, which means we go to this essentially third game. So you see the pickups here, and you might notice there's some familiar faces. Well, if you didn't know the rules, I'm about to tell you, we swapped champ pools for this game. So champions that were available to Aramateurs in the first game, that is the same pool Wintraders is picking from now, and the same pool that Wintraders picked from in game one. That's what Aramateurs is set to pick from here. So you can see for Aramateurs, that means you're seeing the Zaya, you're seeing the Malphite, and you're seeing the Vex. They're hovering the Rumble, could also see that. We are going to see a new champion over there, though. That is going to be the Belveth in place of the Warwick. So similar kind of champion, I guess, when you really get down to brass tacks, an AD champion that can kind of get in there and kind of scrap with them. But it's going to be 4 of the same 5 for Aramateurs. Meanwhile, Wintraders, you see there's only 2 champions that are consistent. You've got the Morgana and you've got the Aatrox. Curiously, not going with the Caitlyn. Going to leave that on the bench here for this final game. You're going to see Heimerdinger, Gnar, and Tryndamere broken out here for this one. So obviously, maybe my biggest question, leaving the Caitlyn out, is there maybe nobody confident enough in that Caitlyn? We've seen Dissonance play ADCs. We definitely know what he can break out and kind of do with that. But what are you feeling about the comps here? Obviously, we've talked about one of these comps pretty much in whole, just the Belveth in place of the Warwick. But what are you really thinking here?
Absolutely. I mean, it's unreal that we had 4 out of the 5 same champions on one side. So that Wombo, as we saw last game, which was ultra effective, end up, we're going to see it again this time. The only dilemma is they really don't have a lot of good answers, unfortunately, on blue side this game. Skarner, Aatrox, and Tryndamere all have to get in close, and this team after level 6 is not going to let you anywhere near them. The Rumble is just going to go ahead, equalizer, and burn everybody to a crisp. Zyge is going to go ahead and sit there and poke. And then, of course, the Vex ulti, along with the Unstoppable Force, it's gonna be a bloodbath, in my opinion. If somehow they can circumvent and the Spell Shield is able to get put onto Skarner or Tryndamere to keep them alive long enough to make a difference on the back line, unless they get CC'd, of course. I just think this is going to be like a really, really big uphill battle for the blue side currently, because that Wombo was just absolutely disgusting, and we've seen that that was literally the victor last game, was this team comp, and adding the Belveth into it this time rather than the Warwick, I think is an upgrade to this composition overall.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at the comp here, what I like most about blue side is the fact that they're going to be very tough to kill. Tryndamere, with the ultimate, obviously can delay his death by quite a while, makes him very hard to burst down. Aatrox, of course, you get 1 kill, you get the reset, you get the healing. Skarner, just, of course, he's tanky. He's Skarner, after all. And, of course, you also got Black Shields as well. So, really, the only one here that can be exploded is the Heimerdinger. So, it kind of negates a little bit of that burst potential we saw from that last game, from the Malphite kind of Vex combo. Now, they are prone to a little bit of burn. The Equalizer obviously is going to do some work if you can line it up properly, of course. But yeah, the red side comp is definitely a very deadly comp. There's a reason why it was picked in the last game. There's a reason why it's picked this game. But we got to see what happens here. So we'll go ahead and take ourselves a short break. When we come back, it's finally time. Grand final to end all grand finals. The ARAM tournament here on the Tournament Kingdom stream. And welcome back here. It's time for the final game. Guaranteed. We've got ourselves a winner here of this ARAM tournament. Wintraders, they win the last game to force this decisive game here today. But Aramateurs trying to get back to kind of the success they had to get themselves into the grand finals so easily. We'll see how it goes. Of course, we swap sides. You got Aramateurs over on the red side. You've got Wintraders on the blue. Curiously, as we look at the summoners and whatnot, note the Vex taking Ghost instead of the traditional Snowball. So I'm going to kind of watch out for here. Maybe not going to have quite as much engage potential, but they get a very good start here. Already on to 2. They take down Taylor Clone. They take down Dissonance. And it's a quick 2 kills here for Aramateurs.
And this is what I was going to say in the draft as well. Post 6, you're correct. It's going to be difficult for them to kill blue side, potentially, if they can go ahead and survive and not give as many kills early on. We're already a minute in the game, and 2 kills have already been given on over to red, to an already extremely pokey, heavy wombo combo team that will probably hit level 6 at this rate. And when they do hit level 6, that wombo is going to be turned on immediately. So, once again, I think it's an uphill battle, but if they're able to mitigate the amount of deaths early on, after level 6, build those resistances, it will be very, very difficult to kill them, and they should capitalize on that after level 6.
All this for that. You see jumping onto the Malphite here. Gonna take a while to kill him, but I think they're gonna eventually have enough. No, using the snowball. Now Turbo Bonobo gets on there. He does actually, yeah, he does die. The kill, no he doesn't. He actually got away. That was actually all this for that who died. Apologies there, but I'm all kinds of lost here. Just False X jumping on in, trying to kill Dissonance before he dies. At least helps out Reformed Monkey here, who again is breaking out the AD carry. Played Caitlyn last game, now on the Xayah. Gonna be caught out though and shut down. Gold going on over to Marshall on this Morgana.
How many times have we seen Xayah today? 4?
We've seen her a lot. And, you know, it's... You gotta think about the odds of that.
Yeah.
And we'll get to that in a moment, as DPS threat is going to be taken down again here. Look at the low health bars, though. Taylor Clone is taken down. Marshall will also fall as well. You got how many champions in League of Legends now?
188?
100 and a lot. We're getting 30 a game, right? 30 a match pulled through. Ooh, Dissonance. Lovely stun there to find one. Just False X taking tower shots. Thought he was anyway. He actually does survive for a little bit, but it's still going to be a 3-0 here for Wintraders. But every time Xayah has been pulled, I guarantee you she has been picked.
Yeah.
She's not somebody who really sits on the bench. A lot of players play Xayah. A lot of players are good at her. It definitely makes sense to see her a lot, but it is kind of crazy she's shown up a lot. That's a great equalizer, by the way. Turbo Bonobo going to have to use that rage. Going to have to use that, yeah, Undying Rage here. It says it right on the screen. But he's not going to be able to get any kills out of it, as he's eventually taken down by Just False X. And something to note here, we were talking about the scaling. We were talking about blue team's maybe ability to kind of survive in advance. Just False X infinitely scales as well. He's another one of that club on that Bel'Veth. So someone to watch out for. That Bel'Veth is not getting any weaker. as he picks up a kill here in between the two towers, though. Blue team doing a good job of keeping themselves safe for the most part. They did lose Marshall there. I think red team's getting what they came here for, which is some damage onto that tier 1 tower.
And getting the ace, like, it's really nice, but right as soon as they get back up, you're going to go ahead and give these return kills as well. It's just going to be back and forth, and if this battle of attrition continues, red side is going to definitely come out on top. I mean, look at that tier 1 tower. It's down to about 40% health versus, what, 95% health on the red side over there? Like, they're not matching each other. Same amount of kills, but definitely not the same amount of pushing power.
Ooh, there's a big old 3 men there, but I don't think it's going to really create a lot. I mean, you're going to get a couple kills, but they do lose the first tower. Turbo Bonobo jumping onto Just False X, actually going to go ahead and use that ultimate form there. Survives just long enough to drop a little bit more damage, but Taylor Clone, excuse me, all this for that. We'll finish him off. So yeah, I mean, this is more reminiscent of what I thought we would see from Aramateurs, a team that just relentlessly gets in there, knows that clearing objectives is kind of the way to win. And it doesn't matter how many times they fall in the process. Like, for the third straight game, the kills are even between these two teams. It's just a matter of objective control, and right now, here in game 3 at least, definitely not the case in that second game, the Aramateurs have control.
They just don't have any wave clear on blue side, really, like, to be completely honest with you. Like, they just have a difficult time clearing it as fast as red does. So they're always going to get pushed in unless they can get a nice clean team wipe with minions on their side. That's the only way that they're actually going to be able to advance, push forward, and get these objectives. But between the Xayah and the Vex and the Rumble, that's one move, 2 moves most from each, and that entire wave is gone, and then you gotta wait another 15 seconds for the next one. So that's rough. That's gonna be a little bit rough. And then they have the Wombo on top of all that for the team fight, so it's just like, oof, double-edged sword.
Bxssy in some trouble here, taking lots of damage. One more auto attack should do it. Goes over to Taylor Clone. They'll finally maybe get a chance here to kind of do a little bit of work on this tier 1, but you're right. And, you know, I think when we saw Aramateurs have this same pool, that's the purpose of Caitlyn. That's why you have Caitlyn. If she doesn't pop off, and admittedly, Reform Monkey didn't necessarily pop off. Hold on that thought. Bxssy with the Unstoppable Force on to 2 here. Turbo Bonobo in some trouble. Doesn't have the Undying Rager. Actually wasn't able to spawn it off in time. Ultimate used here by Taylor Clone. All this for that. Going to use the ulti. He's going to have to try to do something here. He's going to have to make the hero play. This fight's not going well for the Wintraders. Drop some damage onto Bxssy. Very low, but his ultimate's going to expire here without getting the reset. And, you know, what I was saying was, Reform Monkey didn't really pop off on that Caitlyn last game. But if he added something to the team, as you see the fight before you, it was just wave pushing. Auto-attacking minions, auto-attacking towers, breaking on through.
Yes, sir.
Wintraders here is going to have to get a clean ace to do any kind of pushing, to get Tryndamere on that tower. That's your best pusher, but he has to get in there first. They're going to try to jump on DPS threat here. Yeah, he goes down. No Undying Rage, though, for Turbo Bonobo, so as he tanks tower, he's going to die. They are going to get it, though. So.
Oh?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, okay.
yeah, they got it. I was going to say, it was looking rather rough there, but they do jump onto it. Taylor Clone gets that last attack in there. So we're back to even towers. Tier 2 here for Wintraders, sitting at about 90% health, maybe 95. Obviously, 100% health for the Tier 2 for Aramateurs.
Yeah, they're doing exactly like they're protecting that cannon. Great job, Malphite tanking that. Look at that.
Yeah, stepping forward, making sure that they couldn't step up and wave clear there. That's the Tier 2 down. 1 for 1 here. Both teams with 4 members up.
Oh no.
Next ultimate used onto Turbo Bonobo. Does not have the Undying Rage. Needs to get away from that equalizer. Here comes all this for that. Gonna fight with Just False X here. A little bit of help, though, from DPS threat, and that's a win here for the Bel'Veth. They find themselves 4 kills. Only 1 man left up. No, 2 men. Does and it's just spawned up as well. Turbo Bonobo, actually.
He's trying to clear the
Turbo Bonobo
minions so they
somehow.
can't push.
Yeah, but they still have plenty here. As they
yeah.
get onto the Nexus Towers, they still have quite a few. And don't forget, they'll also have the Belveth minions
Yes, sir.
as well. Always kind of forget about the Belveth minions. Don't really see a lot of Belveth, if we're being honest.
In
Spicy
ARAM?
Master Yi, if you will. Yeah, an ARAM, really.
Yeah,
I mean, Belveth not a popular champion to begin with,
true.
but don't see her even more so in ARAM. Spicy Master Yi is what she really is. But really, I mean, just... Yeah, this is the Aramateurs we thought we were maybe going to see in that first game. This is them with that strategy working in full effect.
This is definitely, and with the fact that they have like practically 0 wave clear on blue side, I mean, this is everything that they could possibly be asking for. I was ready for you this time. Hold on.
I'll be in shortly here. Just got...
There we go. I minimized it. It was like up there for a second this time, so I almost got it. But, you know, it's difficult. I would have gone Static Shiv instead of Blade of the Ruined King, personally, on Trendemir, just to have that wave clear. Oh, nice Unstoppable.
Ooh, Unstoppable Force. Yeah, found the 2 most important targets. Not only the Heimer, but the Morgana. That just leaves 3 remaining. Undying Rage for Bonobo. Can he get anything before he dies? Taylor Clone is down. Nothing here for Wintraders. That's 5-0. And I think they're going to be able to march down and at least take 1 Nexus Tower, maybe 2, if they get through these minions.
Yeah, just those 3 champions, the sheer luck of being able to re-roll those 3 specific, the Rumble, the the Vex, and that Malphite, is just unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, as we get some return kills back here from a respawning Wintraders side. Aramateurs actually getting quite a bit. This wasn't necessarily the queen sweep, but they will eventually pick up their ace at the loss of Taylor Clone in all this for that. So, kind of a last gasp effort here for Wintraders. If they want to make the turnaround, they've got to win pretty much every fight from henceforth. Not a lot of room for error. The death timers are now approaching 30 seconds. So, you pretty much got to win, and you got to win big every single time.
Yes, sir, indeed. Unfortunately, everyone is back up now on red side. Fully ready to go. Wombo combo. Ready just for anyone to pull that trigger. I think it should be the Vex that starts it off with the ulti. But we'll see what happens here.
Well, Turbo Bonobo might be the engage. There's another Unstoppable Force. It's the same combo. They were standing on top of each other again. And it's going to be the same result. All this for that. He'll try his hardest. Taylor Clone, he'll tank his longest. But again, the 2 weakest members, the 2 squishiest members of the team caught standing on top of each other. And that's something that Aramateurs is all too happy to take advantage of. And they'll be your ARAM tournament champions.
Yes, sir. Those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And yeah, unfortunately, just clumping up there. I know there's not a whole lot of room to go in ARAM specifically, you know, but definitely not lumping up is, you know, typically the go-to guide for ARAM. Don't lump up, especially for these Wombo ultis such as Malphite or Vex. And once again, we saw that last game. We knew it was going to happen again this game. It was just a matter of time when they were going to go ahead and pull the trigger. And then, of course, just an unfortunate champion selection from the rerolls on blue side this time. So they at least got one of the 2 games, though. We have, you know, we can say that. They were able to go ahead and with those same champions, they beat them the first time. It's just, unfortunately, they got a taste of their own medicine immediately afterwards.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, when we look at the pools, I think it's safe to say, I think you and I can definitely agree that the red side pool was a little bit stronger than the blue side pool. You had power picks, the Malphite, the Rumble.
Absolutely.
And then, of course, you had Xayah as well, who's really kind of proven to be the MVP champion of this entire tournament. Blue side just really didn't have that. They had Caitlyn Morgana, but just to kind of highlight some champions that weren't picked in this round, you have Master Yi, you have Gangplank. Unfortunately, and I don't mean this to insult her, love her, Neela, not necessarily one of the greatest champions of all time. Lilia, Aurelion Sol, Soraka. Red side was definitely better. We didn't even see a Mumu. We didn't see a Mumu. We didn't see Yumi. We didn't see Samira the pentakill machine.
That is
Red
true.
side was just kind of stacked. And I'm not saying that's the only reason Aramateurs win. They obviously played to their win. They played very well to their win conditions, and they did exactly what they needed to do to win. But I think there is something to be said for the red pool being very, very strong. So dominant tournament for Aramateurs. And again, it is exciting to see them win in, well, Aramateurs fashion here in this grand final game.
Yes, sir, indeed. I mean, it would have been nice to see like an Aurelion Sol, Raka, Morgana, Caitlyn, and then what? Sona, Heimerdinger, Lilia, anybody. But those four against the main three that we saw on red side, that would have been very interesting to see. Like, yeah, but red was kind of stacked in terms of the champions that they had at their selection. Unfortunately, blue, definitely not. But I think we're going to be getting ready for a little bit of after game effects here. Should we just cut it to a short little break while we get ready for that?
Yeah, I'll let TK handle that as he always does. Let's go ahead and move on to a break. We'll come back right as he is ready to go. But make sure you don't go anywhere. We got something coming up here for you right here, the ARAM Tournament Kingdom stream.
Yeah, are we good?
And welcome back. We're back. That was a break. And so we are back now with, I believe, interviews. We're being joined, of course, by tournament host TK.
Hey.
And I'll go ahead and send it on over to him.
Yeah, let me move him to the chat. Let's see if he's prepared.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Congratulations again.
Thank you. You know, it was kind of hard fought at the end, but you know, we got there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So what you think about the whole experience? Because the one question I had is I actually did the math of all of your game times
Yeah.
before the finals. You had 8:29, 6:38, 7:18, 13:46 with an average of 9 minutes and 3 seconds per game. Did
Not
you
bad.
think that the games were going to go that quickly, or were you kind of
Um,
surprised by how dominant you guys were?
You know, I'm not gonna lie. You know, I'm an honest guy.
Okay, I
No, I thought
appreciate
it
that.
would be about that time. Even when we do play like Clash and stuff, even in Tier 1, we do end up ending games the fastest. I think last time we played Clash, we ended us 5-man. We were the fastest 5-man to end in NA. So,
Wow.
yeah. So I expected it, to be honest. We're gamers. We be gaming. We're gamers.
So the fastest to end in NA. So I need to
Yeah,
ask
in
because
Clash rank Tier 1.
that's crazy. And for
Yeah.
just that specific Clash tournament or any Clash tournament
I'm not.
period?
I just remember the last one 100%. I'm not 100% sure on the few other ones we played, but the last one, yeah, we were
Okay.
the top ones. So.
Well, the fastest time, then I just need to ask because
Yeah, sure.
nobody knows.
Mhm.
Who are you guys? Who's
Uh,
Aramateurs?
I don't know. We play in ARM all the time. Not every day, but you know, a few times a week. Later at night, we be gaming. We were just started off just playing solo queue, and then I added a bunch of people I thought were good, and now we're just friends and we play all the time. But yeah, we be no, we're not. We're just gamers. We're nothing crazy. Just be
Hmm.
gaming. That's it.
So what, as your gamer friends have
Mhm.
decided, what made you make the decision for playing ARAM so much compared to Summoner's Rift or even other games? Why
I
ARAM so much?
I think ARM is just like ADHD brain perma fight, and it's just fun, you know, like,
Mhm.
and also the fact that you could just reroll, like, you never every day game's different and you can't really control it because it's random. So it's just like there's also that aspect of it too. It's just like super fun and like different, and it always just keeps you engaged. And it's like pretty quick too, you know. You could just play a game really fast if you have like a little bit of time, and also like we're getting older, so a lot of us don't have a lot of time. So ARAM is like a good way to like play with everyone quickly, have some time, you know. It's not like SR where the games are like 30, 40 minutes. You have some time still, so yeah.
Clearly, as an experienced ARAM veteran like yourself, I think your opinion would be very valued for my next question.
Yep.
What was your thoughts on the tournament format and seeing your
Mm-hmm.
opponent's picks that they could potentially pick? Did you like it? Did you dislike it? And please be honest, because I
Yeah,
genuinely want the
trust me.
feedback.
I'll be honest.
Okay.
No, like it was really good. Like we played in a private tournament before, and we used the exact same thing, like the same champ selecting and stuff like that. The bracket was really like clear and like thought out. It was everything was really good. I can't lie. It was planned out very well. You did your thing. You did your thing. It was really well made.
Thank you. I appreciate that. For the
No
ARAM
problem.
for the ARAM tournament you participated that used the same thing, did they also reveal your opponent's picks, or was that
Uh,
hidden?
yeah. I think yeah, yeah. They just posted like both team comps, so you could, I'm pretty sure, so you could see what they're playing and what we were playing. So yeah, I think that's good.
Interesting. I thought I was so unique. Guess I wasn't.
Oh shit. My bad. Maybe I should have lied. My bad.
Yeah. So, how did you guys hear about this tournament? Did you come from the Reddit post? Did someone
Yeah,
else tell you about it?
I think it was Reddit post. Yeah, Reddit
Yeah.
post. It was our first time playing in this one, so. But I
Yeah.
mean, we always play Clash, so Clash is next weekend, so it was like a little warm up,
Mm.
But yeah, it was really fun playing in this one.
Glad to hear that. LaRue, Rylionn, do you guys have any questions?
Anything?
You said that you were happy with like the variety of like champions and stuff. Did you know that Zaya, I think out of the 6 or 7 games that we casted, appeared in almost every single one of them today?
Yeah, Champ's
That's
broken, I think.
that champ is absolutely busted. And
I agree.
the first matchup that you had at the very end here, right? Going
Yep.
into that Vex Malphite Rumble combo. I mean, that was completely
Yeah.
rough. How ecstatic were you guys to actually re-roll that and get that comp yourself when you went into game number 2?
Oh, for sure. Like the first game was close, but we still got, they got us pretty good on the first game, but like knowing that we could play with their comp after was like, okay, we'll probably win. Probably. Because that comp's just crazy, like it's Exodia comp, so
Absolutely.
yeah.
Phenomenal. You guys did
Yeah.
great. I enjoyed watching you,
Thank you.
and
Thank you.
the color casting and the play-by-play by LaRue.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was just nonstop. Oh, well, they're at it again.
Yeah.
So, definitely not one to shy away from the fights, and I think you guys adapted as well as you could have in the first game. Like I said, that Kha'Zix was probably like the only hang-up inside that comp in game number 1 between what you were versing.
Yeah.
It's not the fault of the Kha'Zix player. 9 and 11, phenomenal. Did a great job as well as
sure.
they could
Yeah,
have.
yeah.
But I definitely
Yeah.
think you guys would have won that first game if you had any other champion besides Kha'Zix in that one.
Kha'Zix was the weakest link for sure.
Sorry, Kha'Zix, if you're out there, I'm not dogging on you. I'm dogging on the champion that you happened to do
of course.
very well on, for
Yeah.
what you had to work with. But great
Yeah,
job,
yeah,
guys,
I agree.
overall.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
LaRue, do you have any
Appreciate it.
question? Do you have any questions, LaRue?
Oh,
Mm,
I thought you asked
Nope.
me.
Nope. Well, it sounds like you might have a question. Do you have a question?
No, I was just gonna say, hey, if you guys have another tournament, I don't know when, but we'll probably participate in the next one. We'll hopefully this makes more people play in the future.
Yeah.
So I'm
Well, the
always
next.
into. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. I was just going to say that the next tournament will be a Summoner's Rift tournament in September.
right.
So, not sure if you're interested in that.
Yeah.
One difference about that is it will be a solo sign up, and people will strategically not be placed on the same team that were on teams previously. So, if you're curious what it would be like to play against your teammates in the Summoner's Rift environment, you might want to try that.
Okay.
But the next ARAM tournament will be in October, then there will be another one in November.
Okay,
So-
but yeah, we'll probably we might play in that one then. We'll
Okay.
try to not speed run everyone. We'll keep it cordial, We'll keep it. We won't try too hard. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
I'm just
Okay.
playing.
And
I'm just playing.
there's
just joking
some.
a little bit. Go ahead. Sam.
Oh, there's some chatters. Okay, are these your? Do you know? Are you have Twitch chat open by any chance? Do you have it open?
Oh yeah, let me look. I wasn't looking at it. I was too
I'm not sure if
focused
these are
on-
your friends or your teammates or whatnot.
Yeah, no, yeah, we know.
Oh,
We know
okay.
everyone here.
All
Yeah.
right.
One teammate's name, yeah.
No one asking questions. It's just someone said I did most damage. Oh, that was Uzi. My bad. I didn't read the name.
That's just cope. He's just coping. It's good.
Oh, was that to the was he the Cossack?
Yeah, he's the Kha'Zix. Yeah.
Got
yeah.
it. Okay, that makes more sense. Now I understand the context. 'Cause I
Yeah.
wasn't reading chat. All right. Last question.
Yep.
If besides Wintraders, is there any team that you're looking forward to potentially, hopefully, facing in the next ARAM tournament?
Yeah. I would like to take this time to call out the GOAT, a bear bis, I think, or bear. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Yeah, shout out him, man.
Absolutely.
We didn't verse him, but shout out him. He's the GOAT for sure.
Was definitely
show,
the
for sure.
top player on their team every single time they
Yeah.
played. 100%.
Yes, sir. Shout out him.
Yeah, that was Team Check PayPal for those of you that do not recognize names. So I'm not sure. Yeah, because that was this Check PayPal's very first tournament was this one as well. So there's a lot of first timers here. So we'll see what happens in the next tournament.
Yeah, next tournament was gonna be lit. It's gonna be lit for sure.
But the captain of Aramateurs, the champion, thank you so much for the interview.
No
Anything else
problem.
you want to say? Anything you want to
Thank
shout out?
thank you. No, I'm a nice guy. I was gonna BM a little bit, but I'll save that for next time. I'll save that for next time.
All right, dang. Leaving everyone on the cliffhanger. You
Yeah.
know
All
how to
right.
work
Thanks,
the
bro.
audience. You must be
Of
a content
course.
creator.
No, no, I'm not.
You should
Soon,
be.
maybe,
You should
maybe.
be.
I know. Maybe I should.
You should.
Thank you.
All right. I will move you back to your team chat and I'm going to wrap up the stream. Thank you so
All right.
much. And
Perfect.
again,
Thank,
congratulations.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Rylionn, LaRue, any last words?
That was a great time. Definitely enjoyed that. It was a lot quicker than I thought it was going to be, completely honest with you, in regards to some of the matches. But no, love the setup, love the teams, the playing. You don't really get this side of casting as much as you do like Summoner's Rifts. And, you know, I've never had this much involvement before in an ARAM tournament. So this is definitely a new experience and very fun.
Yeah, I mean, you have me for 4 more minutes, according to my rule of ethics. So I'll go ahead and say it's always so it's always, of course, fun. I love ARAM. Of course, I don't know how much often I've mentioned this on stream. I am an ARAM only player, so it is extremely fun to kind of compete or kind of cast in a setting that isn't Summoner's Rift. It's kind of just fun to see what people can come up with. Also, just super cool to see an actual ARAM team like the Aramateurs kind of come in and kind of show off what a great ARAM team can do. And of course, Wintraders also very good as well. Can't sell them short. What they did was pretty sweet here today. And of course, it's always kind of fun to see those little fun picks as well. So, I mean, it was fun. All 12 teams, I think all 11. I think one team didn't show up, but all 11 teams that did play today were pretty darn fun to watch. And I'm glad we got to see. I think we saw all 11 teams today. If not, we saw definitely at least 10 of them. So, this is another fun tournament. Looking forward to the next one.
Happy to hear that. Any socials you guys want to shout out? Anything, any person you want to shout out?
I got my personal twitch.tv/Rylionn. You can hit me up on socials, Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, LinkedIn. No, I'm just kidding. Don't hit me up on there. But everything else, looking okay.
If you want to follow my Twitch, I haven't streamed in literally like 2 years, but it is the easiest way to reach me, I guess, since I don't really have a Twitter anymore. Follow me at twitch.tv/xlarue. Sometimes I guess I end up streaming from there, I guess. It's been a while, but that would be the easiest way. Don't add me on Facebook. You don't know my real name anyway, so you couldn't find me. It's not LaRue, fun fact. It's a pseudonym. Whoa, I know. But yeah, I mean, feel free to also reach out through Discord if you ever want to contact me for any reason. I'm an open book. You want to ask me questions about what I do, or you just want to tell me I suck, then sure. I respond to hate mail. Probably respond to hate mail more than I respond to fan mail, so. Ultimately just feel free to reach out, and also Pike is a dumb champion.
Agree.
What a way to end it. Thank you so much. Both of you, thank you so much for casting. For those of you that are watching this, both of these guys were not feeling too hot, and they stepped in and they're willing to stream. And I'm just really appreciative of them because without these guys, there probably wouldn't have been a stream. And I'm incredibly thankful. And I also want to give a special shout out to BBB Llama for introducing me to Rylionn. Um, I literally had no one else. I asked so many people, and I reached out to Llama, and then he introduced me to him. So
Yeah,
huge shout out
Llama.
to Llama, and shout out to you two for casting.
Absolutely.
Shout out to Radiant Strike Esports for allowing me to post a desperate message back in 2022.
That's true. That's true. Shout out to them. Well, the next tournaments, whether you guys are interested in casting or not, or the people watching are interested in competing, on September 14th, it'll be a solo Summoner's Rift tournament. And what that means is each person will register solo, and then the teams will be trying perfectly balanced as well as we can, at least around the ranks. So each team should be equally matched. And then October 12th will be the next ARAM tournament, which I'm sure a lot of people will be looking forward to. As for me, that's pretty much it. I'm sure there's going to be a Tournament Kingdom update within, I don't know. My plan is sometime in September, but I haven't even finished exactly what I want to update just yet. But stay tuned. There's going to be some updates soon. And that's all I have to say. So I guess we can shut down the stream whenever you are ready. Thank you all so much for watching. And again, huge shout out to all 12 teams that participated. Technically 11. I'll read them off real. Actually, I don't want to read them off. Some of them are very intense names.
I
Forget
will.
it.
I'll
Forget
say
it.
it.
If
You'll
You'll
never
figure
say
it
it 'cause I will.
No. Cut the stream. Cut the stream.
All right, y'all. Have a great rest of your evening, and we will catch you next time. Peace.